in an ethical and human-centric way. Moreover, how will our innovative activities of the Institute, how that they in their turn can stimulate new academic research as well on AI, data, and robotics, and how the new innovation services of the Institute can create a trustworthy and collaborative platform. A collaborative platform for profit and non-profit organizations, public administration, and more importantly, all citizens of Brussels, Belgium, and Europe. FARI interfaces with the open innovation stakeholders in Brussels and beyond. FARI is an engager, an accelerator for digital transformation where needed, but also a beacon for deliberation, careful consideration, and gives sound advice when it comes to AI and what role it plays to create a sustainable society. We give special attention to all citizens, and we want them to become part of FARI, part of the discussion, and also let them be part of the co-innovation processes, and let them be part even of what academic research on technology is all about. The Institute offers different types of services and activities that allows the researchers from ULB and VUB from more than 15 disciplines to work on these challenges. But not only that, FARI stimulates the collaboration of all key players in the Brussels capital region. And beyond that, we believe that working together will allow us to create sustainable impact and will contribute to the further development of Brussels as a leading region for digital innovation. En daarom zou ik ten eerste ook alle leden van de Brusselse regering, maar ook de administraties willen bedanken voor de steun dat zij gegeven hebben de afgelopen jaren. Meer specifiek minister-president Rudy Vervoort, minister Bernard Clairfailly, staatssecretaris Barbara Trachten en zeker de ondersteunende administraties Innoviris en CRWG. Zonder hen en hun steun de afgelopen jaren en ook de steun die we dankzij hen hebben verkregen van de Europese Commissie in het Relance and Resilience Facility, zouden we hier niet staan. We also want to explicitly thank the leadership of both universities. Leadership in management, directorates, but of course also all faculty members that are part of the FARI Institute. In the support that we received, thanks to them, we actually can set up all these collaborationships across disciplines, across faculties. And it's an example how that we can strengthen each other, this time in the field of digital technology for the Brussels capital region. And finally, I personally want to speak some special words of gratitude towards former Rector Professor Caroline Pauwens, one of the driving forces of this institute. Without her support and inspiration, we wouldn't have come so far. And thanks to her inspiration, we will let the FARI Institute grow. Thank you very much.
Bonjour, goedemiddag, hello. Merci d'être présent à cette première conférence internationale de FARI autour des données, de l'IA et de la robotique. Thank you all for attending this first FARI International Conference around data, AI, and robotics for the common good. We hope that after these 2 days, you will find inspiration, new ideas, critical perspectives. And we started this event because we wanted to learn from other cities. This FARI Institute is fairly new, and we wanted to know what is being done elsewhere. What could a region like Brussels do and not do as well, learn and envision for its future when it comes to these technologies. It's also the idea of asking ourselves, what is our role as researchers? And we wanted to learn from others. Speaking of common good, specifically in AI, data, and robotics, can sometimes remain at the stage of a vague intention. We hope that this conference can help you discover different perspectives and efforts to enact these ambitions beyond the use of just nice words. On the second day, you will get more views on how to better engage citizens, use robots for and while respecting sustainability, how to understand the future AI Act, and finally also look at what type of partnerships exist in terms of collaboration between AI experts and cities. Our institute has a will to work for a public, local, accessible AI. The development of AI must be done by taking into account common good challenges. Our universities must help this cutting-edge expertise to become more accessible, more understandable. And finally, we want to anchor our projects in local realities with partners from Brussels and Belgium. On that note, I want to thank a few people who made this whole event possible, and I will start also with the Observers Committee. This group of people will attend all the sessions and try to get the best ideas, key ideas, and then synthesize them and share them to us so that it could be a roadmap for us and for the region. Carmen Mazen, Julien Gosset, Geoffroy Alsten, Cédric Verstraete, Sarah El-Sialiti. We also want to thank all the colleagues who have worked on this. Joyce and Quinto, who sadly could not be here today due to COVID. Thank you for all the amazing planning. Thank you to Laurence Renaud for the tireless work, and all the students who helped us tremendously this morning. We hope you enjoy the coming days. We work hard to propose a diversified program. Thank you to our partners, Proximus, Le Wagon, Omina in particular, universities. Merci, bedankt, thank you. Enjoy our beautiful, cosmopolitan, young, old, very European Brussels, complicated. Please contact us and get in touch with us and meet other people. Thank you very much. And I now invite Anne Noé, professor and lead scientist lead of FARI, to come and present the panel that will ensue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome also on my behalf here in this beautiful place. I can tell you that Brussels is really an exciting place when it comes to AI. We like to say that the AI lab at the VUB was the first of its kind founded in the mainland of Europe, so in 1983 by Luc Steels. And what do I mean by the first of its kind? It was always a very interdisciplinary place where we looked at many aspects of AI. So you will hopefully get a broader view on AI in this 2 days. So it's not only about data and finding patterns in data, it's also about reasoning and knowledge representation. It's also about building the systems, and that's exactly what we have done already for almost 40 years at the AI lab of the VB. I must, however, say that also at the ULB, at the same time, and there was already the Iridia lab, also founded in 1983 by Philippe Smith, who was really an expert in logic, so all kinds of different logics, which were important if you want to represent how people are reasoning. And soon after that, this lab also expanded and other techniques were introduced. So for example, they have been working on reinforcement learning, which is also a technique I like to work on. But also swarm intelligence, for example. And the ULB is the home for one of the major labs in the world, led by Marco Dorigo, who's really a world expert on swarm intelligence. And just to say, I think you're here in good hands to learn more about AI. And it's much more than just data-driven techniques. Together with many other colleagues, actually in total 10 research groups of both VUB and ULB, we have been thinking already for several years of what does it mean to also apply AI for the good or for the common good. And I must say that this is a challenging question. It was actually much harder than we originally anticipated. We did draft a text on this, but I think it's always good to also hear other opinions. And this is exactly what this session is about. So I'm happy that I can invite here a diverse set of speakers who have also been thinking about this question. Yeah? And our first speaker who will be online is Maxime Karliuk, who has a PhD in law and has been working for more than 10 years in the intersection of law, policy development, and philosophy. He's currently a program specialist in social and human science sector of the UNESCO, working on ethical aspects related to artificial intelligence, and also the development of a first global normative instrument in this field, because of course we can talk a lot about what should be ethical AI, but we also need instruments to actually implement this. He's also a member of the expert commission group on AI and data, and he is also teaching in Paris on this topic. And more recently, in last year, he has been included in the Santander list of potential and consolidated minds under 35. So I'm happy that he can join us today, be it online, and I'm looking forward to his presentation. I hope you join me.
Hi, hello, I hope you hear me well. So it's my pleasure to be here with you, albeit I couldn't come in person because I actually had to self-isolate right before the trip. So to start with, as we know, artificial intelligence has immense potential to improve the lives of people, and it can provide new solutions to concrete problems that we face, advancing towards the common good, right? And I mean, examples are multiple, and you actually know many of them, I guess. And for instance, AI is being used to optimize food production while minimizing waste, contributing to a more efficient and sustainable food ecosystem. AI is also being used to predict disaster risks, monitor pollution levels, and support the use of more sustainable energy sources. And in the COVID pandemic, as COVID pandemic has demonstrated sort of possibilities offered by AI in predicting infectious disease outbreaks, tracking their spread, and accelerating the development of vaccines. Probably not good enough in this domain, since after this couple of years, I finally got COVID myself, but at least in a mild form so that I can actually speak to you here, which is probably also thanks to the developments in these technologies in helping in developing the vaccines and things like that. And AI can also support the remote working and learning, which opens up a number of opportunities to pursue education in these difficult times. So, but there are many other benefits, like rapid pace of innovation, because innovations in AI are occurring at speeds faster than ever witnessed before. The technology is opening up numerous new possibilities, such as in the Internet of Things, robotics, and space research, and helping us decipher and explain previously unsolvable problems. There is also a big promise of AI to help developing countries. And there is also the ability of AI to bring all of us together, like right here. These are just a few examples, and the sky is a limit here. At the same time, however, not everyone has reaped the benefits of the rapid digitalization, because much of AI technology is currently concentrated in the hands of a few companies in a limited number of countries. Further, women, and particularly those from developing countries, are once again being left behind. For example, the most recent estimates say that it will take more than 135 years to close the gender gap worldwide. And the largest gender gap, you know where it is. It's in AI and data, in fact. So there is also an issue of governance of data. For example, if we talk again about COVID pandemic, it has seen an explosion of AI-powered applications monitoring and contact tracing. At the same time, this has implications for privacy and data protection. And in some cases, there are no precautions at all against the potential use of the personal and sensitive data collected for the purposes beyond pandemic control. For instance, for mass surveillance of the population. There are also present environmental concerns, because major AI methods that are currently being employed are based on processing of ever-increasing amounts of data and computing power, which leads to increasing energy consumption and consequential impact on carbon emission, depletion of resources, and deterioration of the environment. For example, someone calculated that training one large deep learning model produces about 300,000 kilograms of CO2, which equals to 195 round trips between New York and Beijing. Now, again, this is just a few examples. And to address this, and if we want to ensure AI for common good, one of the important things to do, from my perspective, and to do it from the outset, is to do away with the notion of value neutrality thesis, which says that technology is morally and politically neutral, neither good nor bad. And you can actually often hear that at various events. I still keep hearing that AI is just a tool used by people and you can use it in good or bad ways. But this is not the case. Among others, AI systems are biased due to the data on which they are trained, and AI systems depend on what kind of data is used. Data can be incomplete, it can include societal biases or stereotypes, which can have far-reaching consequences. For example, lack of gender representation in the data used to train AI is a major issue because gender biases are often present in AI datasets. And algorithms produced based on such data have the potential of spreading and reinforcing harmful gender stereotypes, which risk further stigmatizing and marginalizing women on a global scale. Moreover, teams who develop algorithms can translate their own values into them. For example, the absolute majority of such teams are male only, which has its own consequences with their biases and tastes. And systems tend to reflect the people and their values who design them. Also, people are still making choices every step along the way for AI's development. Their personal ideas, their ideologies, or those of their groups are what being passed down through the AI ecosystem. So to put it simply, if you or someone like you is not in the room where this happens, it can happen that whatever gets built won't necessarily reflect who you are. But even beyond that, AI system can learn from the information they receive from the outside world and can act in ways that even their creators could not have predicted. And such systems can operate independently from their creators or operators. And this, for example, complicates the task of determining responsibility. And these characteristics posit problems related to predictability and ability to act independently while at the same time not being liable. So long story short, the important part is not just to look at the use of these technologies for the purposes of their assessment, regulation, or broadly ensuring common good. In my view, it is already late at this stage, although important, it's already late. It's important to look at them at all stages of the life cycle, and those stages are multiple. It starts from research, design, development, and goes to deployment and use, which includes maintenance, operation, trade, financing, monitoring, evaluation, validation, end of use, disassembly, and termination. So what is clear is that we're at a crossroads for digital technologies such as AI, and we must ensure that they contribute to the achievement of common good and that they do not infringe upon human rights, freedoms, or well-being. And there is still much to be done. The risks and pitfalls of AI are often forgotten amidst the technology hype, but they need to be addressed to ensure that AI works for everyone's benefit, that the regulatory frameworks for AI are there, and they're still in their infancy. And therefore, it's critical that we work to secure the rule of law in the digital world. Now, turning to UNESCO, the work UNESCO is doing in this regard. So recently, the main priority has been the recommendation on the ethics of AI. When after many months of constructive dialogue and negotiation, our 193 member states adopted this first global normative instrument in this field, and it constitutes an ambitious and wide-ranging new template for ethical development and deployment of AI systems. And the recommendation is novel, it is anticipatory, and it is a transformative framework that aims to provide a basis to make AI system work for the good of humanity. And the most important thing is to provide a framework to guide the ethical development and use of AI technologies, and then to examine and assess the consequences associated with these technologies and provide redress mechanisms accordingly, and which is exactly what our recommendation does. So the recommendation is composed of a set of human rights-based values, principles, and policy areas, all operating together to put in people and their individual rights, as well as environmental concerns at the center. So you see this set of values and principles. I'm not going to go into details here, but like specifically to highlight maybe one of them, the principle of proportionality, which is highly important because there's essentially a set of conditions that must be satisfied to justify usage of this or that AI method. And this can be further expanded to justify using AI system as such for particular purpose. And the essential idea here is that the use of AI should fit the pursued aims and should not exceed what is necessary to achieve them. And this will require striking a balance between the means, right, that we use and intended aim. And these considerations are particularly important in the case of, as I said above, use of data-intensive or resource-intensive AI methods, because of their impact on such concerns as environment, data bias, privacy, explainability, transparency, etc. Now, an important thing is that, and a critically important thing, is that the recommendation goes beyond a declaration of values and principles and includes concrete policy actions for the purposes of their operationalization, while maintaining the focus, as I said above, on all stages of AI system lifecycle. And here I point back to this opposition of sorts to this value neutrality thesis. This is crucial because often bias and discrimination, which manifest themselves downstream, meaning as experienced by users, is a product of structural inequalities and exclusion upstream, such as the lack of diversity in the management of technical teams developing these technologies. So the recommendation provides for strong policy actions in various areas, for instance, on the management of data, privacy and access to information. It sets the rules for keeping control over the data in the hands of the users, allowing them to access and delete information as needed, and it also calls on states to ensure that appropriate safeguards for the processing of sensitive data and effective accountability schemes are devised, including redress mechanisms. And we're aware of the terrible impact that technologies are having on children, on democracy, on misinformation, which exponentially divide our societies. Therefore, the recommendation takes a very strong stance. For instance, that AI systems should not be used for social scoring or mass surveillance purposes. And the specific focus of the recommendation was given to gender equality, which is one of UNESCO's 2 global priorities. And I'm proud to say that the recommendation showcases a very strong chapter on to advance gender equality in the digital and AI world, so to say. So it recommends adopting very concrete and specific measures to promote gender parity in this field and ensure that women are not only users, but also shapers of these technologies. The recommendation also provides for concrete mechanisms to implement it, and in particular to innovative tools that we're currently developing. The first one is the ethical impact assessment, which aims to help states and other stakeholders, in fact, to evaluate the benefits and risks of AI systems, to put in place risk prevention, mitigation, and monitoring measures, as well as deploy redress mechanisms for those who have been adversely affected by these new technologies. The second tool is a readiness assessment methodology which aims to assist states in identifying their readiness status related to the recommendation, recognizing that states are at different stages of readiness with respect to implementing this recommendation. There are also a number of initiatives that we are launching and working on that are listed here, just a few of them, but there are a few more. But at the same time, to conclude here, as my time is running up. I would like to say that we need governance and regulatory tools to ensure that these technologies contribute to finding solutions to the challenges we face, to prevent their misuse, and to address the unintended failures, including those stemming from self-learned biases. In this respect, policies matter, regulatory frameworks matter, and they have the potential to achieve a good balance of strong protection while allowing to innovation to flourish. And we need to actively tackle the abuse and misuse of AI technologies to spread hate speech and misinformation and to interfere with AI system lifecycle, particularly by supporting the participation and leadership of women and marginalized groups and that of developing countries. We need to fight against the monopolization of AI technologies to ensure equitable access and the sharing of benefits. We need to ensure transparency when decisions are made with AI systems to increase public scrutiny and hence foster trust in these technologies. And I mean, the list can go on. And at first glance, this can sound like an insurmountable task. At the same time, I would say that history is replete with the examples of humanity coming together to address critically important issue. And I think this will be can be and will be another shining example of what we can accomplish with a shared vision and coordinating action. And I thank you very much for your attention. Looking forward to the discussion.
But also very important, he serves on the board of CLAIR, which is the Confederation of Laboratories of Artificial Intelligence Research in Europe, and also in the Norwegian Artificial Intelligence Research Consortium, NORA, and the AI Data and Robotics Association, ADRA. So lots of hats on your pets on your heads. Okay, so I give you the floor because you told me that you have a very interesting talk that maybe will take 17 minutes instead of 15. So floor is yours.
Thank you so much. No, actually what I said was that if it's interesting, you said if it's interesting, I will get 2 more minutes. I said, well, maybe then I get only 5 minutes. I don't really know. Right. So if I am clicking on this, does it control? No, I don't know how to use this thing. This or this. Okay. This is the one, yeah? There. Well. Okay, sorry about that. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. Good to not see you here. I have bright lights in front of me, so I don't see you, but it's good to be here. I'm going to talk about the following. I'm going to have a little bit of a different tack on this. I want to talk about how to make sure that on one hand, we can talk about how to make sure that the AI we use is for good, is for the good of people, for the good of society, or we can talk about make as much good in the world as possible with AI. Those are 2 different things. And that's why these are different instruments. The first is the realm of the AI Act and similar legislations maybe. The second is the realm of resources, money, science policies, innovation politics, etc. There's an analogy in ICT. It's a difference between investing in green IT, which is to work on making sure that IT does not pollute as much or cause as much carbon dioxide emissions, versus investing in computational sustainability that looks at how ICT is used to reduce carbon emissions across the full board of sectors in the world. So that's quite different. Now, so then you have that's why I'm going to talk about this from a European angle and why there is such a focus in Europe on technology sustainability, technology sovereignty, and what that really is, and how this is important for us if we want to do AI for good for as many as possible. First thing we should know is that, there it is. Technology is the prime driver of economy. It's very clear. I mean, artificial intelligence is the new electricity. That statement you've heard, it really basically means that it's so generic and general that it's hard to start talking about application areas because they are everywhere. Now, also, why do I put this up here? It's a tweet from earlier this year, from June. It's just a few, not many days ago. Delete your period tracking apps today. Why do you think Jessica, who I don't know who is, tweeted this? Or why, maybe you get a hint here, Professor Gina Neff tweeted right now, and I mean in this instant, delete every digital trace of any menstrual tracking, please. Or Elizabeth McLaughlin, if you think that your data is showing when you last menstruated isn't of interest to those who are about to outlaw abortion, I have a wake-up call for you. Period tracking apps. We know that lawmakers in Louisiana has advanced a bill that would classify abortion as a homicide. And we know that they're going after data. And it doesn't matter, this is cute. It's one of the period tracking apps that posted, oh, we do not sell data. We have never sold data and we will never sell data. Well, I said that is cute because it's irrelevant, because no data is safe if it's hosted by a US company. And this is the basis for a lot of the European Union's approach to a safe future for European citizens, that we don't accept that. The difference between now and the last time that abortion was illegal in the United States is that we live in an era of unprecedented digital surveillance. There you go. Now here we can start, because there's other areas that we can go after, and every place you go, it's not only generating data, we have AI system that can use that data to create fantastic programs. And we need to make sure that both the data we use and the applications we use and the technology we use are used well. Now, US regulators want TikTok banned from Apple and Google app stores over spying concerns. Your car might be invading privacy. There is nothing you can do probably about the new bossware that is spying on you. No, here we go. Technology is important, as you can understand. Technology is the basis for geopolitical power. Whoever holds the command of the seas will control the world, said Alfred Mahan in 1897. And that was because new technology suddenly made it possible to control the world by having new type of ships. But then somebody else said, power flows to those in control of the large land masses of Eurasia, because the train system was the new technology that could control the world. And the nation that leads in AI will be the ruler of the world is the last one in this long list of how the world can be controlled with technology. And that was somebody else. We know technology is the basis for strategic sovereignty. We know that, and you know, all this technology is defining geopolitics today. It's also a disruptor of power, whether it's autonomous weapons or hacking or turning the job markets upside down, or yes, there you go. It never stops. It's also key to address our grand challenges, from changed demographics to climate change, to climate adaptation, I think would be better, and et cetera, et cetera. Every time a politician is asked, what are you going to do with all of this? They turn to us, they turn to you, and they say, oh, science, technology. So clearly there is something. Technology decides how we look at the world. When clock towers arrived all across Europe, suddenly we thought about the universe as a clockwork, our minds as a clockwork. We started to live different. We got up according to the clocks, not according to the sun. It shapes the way we think. It shapes what we talk about over breakfast, and it shapes our values. So obviously, technology is important. And it can be used, and it defines us as a species, really. I mean, look at this. This is, I show this everywhere I go, all the time. This is the gross world products over many years, 14,000 years. And the question is, oh, what happened there? It's the same curve as the number of people in the world. And what happened there is, of course, zooming in, technology. From the steam engine through vaccination to machine learning to recombine DNA. This is what happened. So, in all of this, AI is an amplifier. All of this. Technology is important and it defines our sovereignty. Sovereignty because that is a function of having secure access to whatever one is dependent on. Food, water, energy, competence, technology, data. So what is technological sovereignty? The ability of a country to generate technological and scientific knowledge autonomously. Or a group of countries, and you can imagine which group of countries I'm referring to. It's the European Union, of course. Now, that is a focus of the European Union, of the Commission. Digital sovereignty is also focus. It is the ability of Europe, let's say Europe, to act independently within the digital world. And that includes having sovereign management of the cyberspace. That includes servers, control of networks and data transmitted through them. That's why it's a major focus in Europe, is digital sovereignty. And then what is innovation sovereignty then? Well, innovation sovereignty is the ability of a country to exploit technologies for the development of new economic activities. And economic sovereignty, the ability of a country to generate, or for Europe, to generate value and prosperity independently. And that requires unimpeded access to natural resources, capital, and technologies, innovation capacity, production capacity, and so on. And then, on top of it all, strategic sovereignty. That is the ability, that is Europe's ability to play an autonomous and strategic role in the geopolitical context. So this all builds on each other. The best way to control the future is to create it yourself, or the best way for us or for Europe to control its future is to create it itself. What is the best way to ensure technology for the good, for society and Europe's citizens is to create it ourselves. And then, of course, that goes for AI, but we don't. We leave it to others to a large extent. We have relatively few serial entrepreneurs in this domain, the AI domain and deep tech domains. We have relatively few with technical educations. Germany had, just before the pandemic, 82,000 unfilled positions for engineers and ICT specialists. It's the same all over Europe. European Union, 55% of companies experience difficulties in recruiting ICT specialists. So it goes. Though Europe has excellent science, excellent universities, excellent production, both in quality and quantity in science. But what happens when we look at, so this is the distribution between United States, China, and Europe, if we look at that as a whole. And that we see that while we have about 37% at that time when this statistic was made of the production of AI papers, we only had 26% of AI economic players like firms, research institutes, governmental institutes that are research centers, etc., that are involved in AI. And patent application are going down, or investment in AI. So something is happening on the way, and distribution of unicorns. We have excellent science, excellent universities, and we can turn it into products and services that do good. No, that's not true. So we have a stunted value creation, falling share of global trade, and the curve is all the same, whatever you are looking at. US tech stocks are now worth more than the entire European stock market. So, and we have weak R&D investments relatively and infrastructure gap. This is the distribution of 5G subscription proportions. Few lighthouses, none in AI, and deep technological dependencies on others. So these are challenges. We need the technological sovereignty. For what? Why does Europe need strategic sovereignty? Technology is the prime driver of the economy. Technology is key to oppression, so we don't want that. We want to control it. And of course, Europe, as European citizens, we are closer and more able to control technology that is developed in Europe. Technology is the basis for strategic sovereignty, and we want to stay sovereign. Technology is a disruptor of power, and we want to control its power. Technology is key to address our ground challenges, and we want to do it our way. Technology influences our values. We want to base tech development on European values and ethics. Technology defines our sovereignty, and we want to stay so. And technology is the instrument to do good. If you don't have it, it is up to the good of others. So there you go. On what? Well, we know what the European Union is focused on, but it's all kinds of technologies. And we have a number of instruments that are trying to address this. A number of instruments in the Commission, and we need to invest a lot of money, and we are trying to use the EU Act to control how AI is being applied. The goal with the AI Act is to establish human-centric AI, dignity, fundamental rights in the EU Charter. Yes, so that's very good. In EU and beyond, and beyond is the idea of the Brussels effect, that we are the regulators of the world, and when we regulate, because developers of products and technologies in other regions would adapt to our regulations in order to get access to our markets. But ability to do much good must be more than legislation. It must be developing competence, capacity, and we know that's a challenge. Funding, we know that's a challenge. Science, well, we're doing pretty good. Innovation, diversity, etc. It's much more. If we want to do as much, and now I'm going to go back to the start, the AI Act might actually reduce our ability to, or some people mean, to innovate and be a present actor in the world, on the world stage in AI. If that is the case, we might lose more if we don't manage it or adapt it or adopt it. So now I'm going to go back to my start. To make sure that the AI we use is for good, or to make as much good in the world as possible with AI, I think we need to find a balance between this. And I thank you so much for your attention.
Well, thank you very much. Seems like we have a lot of homework and other work to do. So we can think about this. And in the meantime, I'm going to introduce to you the third speaker. Our third speaker is Horst Ulberger. He's a business lead of data modernization at Microsoft. Formerly, he was a consultant at Campana Schott, and he is also an alumni of Munich University. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Anne, for the nice introduction, and thanks for the opportunity, all of you, kind of to share our Microsoft perspective on the challenges of AI. And during the presentation, I will touch on different challenges we want to address as Microsoft, and also how we start to address those. So let's get started. First of all, it's probably no secret and it's no surprise that AI is a huge opportunity for us. But it's also a huge opportunity to contribute actually to the society. And this is really equally important to us and equally important to our very top management at Microsoft. And the management alone, they can't do it. But what they can do is actually build the foundation whenever they speak kind of to the field, to their organization internally, to us at all the subsidiaries, for example, in Germany. And I think this is something they try to and do really good, because as a whole organization, as a Microsoft with about 200,000 employees, you can actually contribute quite well to the society. And this is what we really try to do. So what they, for example, do as the leadership is they remind us of things like computers are actually here. And what matters is what actually computers should do and not only what they can do. For example, with statements like this, they remind us, hey, you should also act and contribute to the good. And they incentivize, for example, also all the people in all the subsidiaries, if they really act as role models to the society, if they help organizations to really achieve something with AI. And I think there's still a good way to go, but we have this top of our mind. Another thing that really helps in defining our AI solutions and in contributing more to the society to really take on this responsibility we see as Microsoft, as an organization, is that we aligned our AI vision actually to our general Microsoft mission. And maybe some of you know it, our general Microsoft mission is to empower every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more. And here we really kind of attached AI to it, because we say we want that AI is available for every people out there. We want to facilitate work for the people out there at the companies. For example, we want to facilitate call center employees. They should invest their time more efficiently, kind of. They should take more out of their time. For example, with AI, we help them to transcribe, to transform texts, and to help just in their daily jobs. So with AI, we strive for facilitating the work and not replacing anyone's people jobs or something. This is still kind of a misunderstanding, I think, that is in the society, and what also we strive for solving those misunderstandings. What we then also do is what I said, we have this alignment of the AI vision to our mission. And the mission is quite bold. We want to enable also all the people to achieve more with AI. And actually, there are some people out there that are sometimes a bit forgotten, and that's the people with disabilities. So actually, with AI, we can really enable people with disabilities, for example, to do jobs that they couldn't do before. And this is actually one reason why we introduced this big initiative called AI for Good. And as you can see, AI for Accessibility is only one piece of there. And with this huge initiative, we made a commitment of about 165 million already to really tackle concrete challenges that are in the society with our AI capabilities. So from AI for Earth to AI for Health, all of those challenges we want to address with our solution as a platform provider. And we're always looking for like startups, etc., that build on this platform and build solutions based on the platform to achieve more and also to contribute to the society. And how you can really make it concrete, or some use cases where you can really see what we are doing within this initiative. For this, I brought a short video, especially for AI for Accessibility, where you can see what AI can actually do and what AI can help with. Let's hope this works.
are non-verbal but still have so much to say.
I want the exact same information that my hearing friends have.
There are barriers to communication everywhere, but I think it's time we look at the barriers as opportunities to reach out to everyone.
Soundscape fills in a lot of the mental map as you move.
Approaching intersection.
You can just put it in your pocket and go.
With ALS, you become locked in. But we see technology as a way to give back what ALS has taken away.
There's no better feeling than to hear a child say something that they've wanted to say and the look on their face after they've been able to say it.
When it's reading, I see spaces between the words, and it's easy to focus on.
Anjay realized that here was something that could change his life.
Now that I have my phone, I can see exactly what was said, and that's been a huge help to me.
The system is learning as it goes, and the accuracy has improved tremendously.
Students can pick any language that they choose to receive the information. It's like we jumped into the future.
Because communication is very important for all of us, and we just want to be together and not feel left out.
Aider les personnes avec autisme à communiquer, il y a des images.
Je parle, je donne une information à Arthur et elle est traduite par l'application El Picto instantanément en pictogramme et après d'une façon orale.
Va t'habiller et te brosser les dents.
On va pouvoir remettre en place une communication qui est plus spontanée. Je crois que ça aide à recréer du lien.
Both my wife and I are totally blind, and we have a 3-year-old son that's in preschool. He can see, but his parents can't. So to be able to know what's going on at his school is everything. The Seeing AI app has the ability to allow me access to the visual world. Artificial intelligence is beginning to have an impact on the lives of people with disabilities, but it's only going to grow. There is still so much out there to be done.
So for me, it's actually always quite touching to see this video, and I've seen it several times, but it's really showing how we can actually make some lives really better. So you've seen like the second and the third example also displayed here again in the video, how it works. What wasn't in the video was, for example, Move It. And this tackles kind of another challenge we as a technology provider, as a hyperscaler have. We are a large company, but we also have boundaries. We cannot do everything on our own. We don't have all the time, all the skills, so we have to partnership. And that's a key point for all of us, for all the hyperscalers, to partnership with actually companies, with startups that have the same mindset and also want to contribute to the society. Then kind of, let's jump a bit, kind of a very important topic, and Mr. Kalyuk already mentioned a lot of this. A big challenge of all hyperscalers, also Microsoft, is really how we adopt and how we apply responsible AI. And we put kind of in the first place and all those principles. So we always start with our principles, and these are those 6 principles. Whenever we build an AI solution, whenever we kind of work together with customers, organizations to establish AI solutions, we go through those principles and really check, are they adopted? So for example, I can't go through all of them, but fairness. Fairness is an obvious one. We want to avoid, and we are committed to avoid any biases or stereotypes, like you can see here in this example. So we want to really avoid any discrimination, as you can see here. So this is a no-do kind of for us. At the same time, for example, transparency. Most of the times people that are maybe not so much into the AI space still think, hey, AI is kind of a black box. And we also want to tackle this one. For us, it's extremely important, for example, when we work with financial institutions, when they establish, for example, recommendations to end customers based on some data. we must ensure that the end customer understand what are those recommendations based on. So we have put it into the principles that our AI solutions should be transparent, and what we do to kind of bit more scale, that we don't have to put or don't have to go through use case by use case, is we develop tools to actually make this scalable. So for example, on the right side, you see integrate ML. This is kind of a tool that makes it more scalable to integrate Azure machine learning algorithms. The next big challenge is not only innovating the solutions responsibly, but then also educate all the people out there, all the customers we're working with, all the organizations we're working with, what it actually means. And for example, what we are doing in this area to educate all the others is, in partnership with the NC Business School, we established the AI Business School. And through this link, you could actually all go through there, aka.ms/AIBS, and see all the guidelines we have, all the frameworks we have, all kind of the best practices we put together through the last 10 years to make sure that everybody is adopting this responsible AI into their solutions when they build them. Apart from touching on the business users kind of, or the management, we also go deep to the developers, and we also want to enable the developers to have the same mindset and to adopt the same principles. So for them, we explicitly designed guidelines that they can adopt when they're using our Azure machine learning platform, kind of, when enabling and designing and implementing an AI solution. So kind of to summarize, I told you kind of our mission is to empower every person, every organization on the planet with AI, and this we can't achieve alone. That's the reason why one key challenge is really to work together with working groups, together with partnerships. And one mentioned partnership here is the partnership on AI, where we actually work with our strongest competitors, Amazon and Google, together to tackle those issues and challenges. Then the second big pillar is empowering all the others that want to use and use AI, and being here really the role models and the advocates to transform AI into everybody's life in a responsible way. And then last, just a reminder, for example, what we also do to really give back, to contribute to society is, for example, through our AI for Good initiative. With this, thank you for your attention, and I hope there were some interesting insights for you.
So thank you very much for sharing with us all these very nice applications, and of course your view on the future of AI and what we should do. Our fourth speaker will again be somebody online, and this somebody is Lisa Bruggen. She's professor at Maastricht University School of Business and Economics. She is particularly, sorry, I'm a bit lost here in my paper. She's an internationally recognized expert on pension communication in public arena, where she presents her work to board members of large pension providers or shares her insight through public press and as such also on the financial Dagblad, for example, also lots of contributions to news radio. But maybe more importantly, she has also received several awards, including the Emerging Scholar Award from the American Marketing Association, also several funding and awards from NWO, which is the National Science Foundation at the Netherlands, and also NetSpar grants for research on pension communication and improving retirement readiness. Lisa, if you are ready, we would like to listen to your presentation.
Yes, thank you very much for this introduction. And it's my pleasure to speak to you virtually since I'm at home at quarantine. But at least in this way, I can still share some of the more recent work on our ELSA lab, poverty and debt. And before I actually start, I would like to ask all of you to have a very brief look at your mobile phone and check how much battery you still have left. I would assume for many of you that's hopefully a lot, because you probably came to a conference also with the idea of being reachable or taking a lot of pictures or checking your emails in between. But in case you're running low in battery, I have some bad news for you. There are certain parts in the world where this would actually affect how much loan you could take. So it was big in the news that the startup actually uses the battery as a signal, also as one of the many signals, but as a signal in deciding how much loan people are able to take out. And if you are like me, I thought that actually it's good to, fill up the battery and then let it empty completely before you fill it up again. And I never ever imagined that that would affect potentially how much loan I could get. But this is a nice example, I think, in which certain piece of information is used because supposedly it could say something about how trustworthy or reliable or, whatever the thinking is behind our financial decision making. And this is also why I titled this talk actually between hope and fear. And I chose a Rembrandt picture here also to visualize it. So the bright side, but also the dark side of AI. And then particularly in this financial decision-making context, as I will tell you a little bit more about this. There are definitely lots of bright sides. So there is a very nice example from United Nations Development Program where AI has actually been used to generate more insights on poverty. And these insights can then again be used by policymakers to craft much more targeted and hence much more impactful policies and therefore also help people. At the Brighton Smart Services campus, where our institute is located, there was a very nice innovation project, which we call them their Techruption project, that was in a collaboration with the TNO, the Dutch Tax and Custom Administration, Municipality Hellen, Statistic Netherlands, NIBUD, Institute of Family Household Finances, and Maastricht University. And there we also looked into how new technological developments such as multi-party computation can actually help to generate much deeper insights about which factors actually help us to better understand the risk of people of entering into poverty. This data is often spread across a lot of different locations. It's very sensitive data. It cannot easily actually be aggregated. And so maybe a technique like multi-party computation, whereby you're not connecting the data as such, but you're letting an algorithm go by all the different data sources, could actually help to still generate insights on a more aggregate level. So in this particular case, for example, one group or one party, one organization may know who doesn't have any saving buffers. Another organization may know actually whether people receive income or social support, or another organization may really know whether people live from the salary slip to the salary slip. Now, just 3 examples, but if you would actually combine these, you could get insights on how many people actually fall at the intersection and are hence at a much higher risk of entering poverty. And based on this way, you could actually run statistics on these joint data. So you can actually formulate several cues and questions to get the insights here and zoom in much more targeted at vulnerable groups. And hence, again, you could develop more targeted, more personalized, and possibly more impactful policies. I think in this group, though, these are the 2 books that I may not necessarily have to explain in a lot of detail. Weapons of Mass Destruction, nicely highlighting a lot of the issue also with big data, AI, and algorithms. and more specifically in the context of poverty, also automating inequality. And as Virginia Eubanks formulates so nicely, models are opinions embedded in mathematics. And previous speakers also already alluded to some of the problems, so I didn't want to go too deep into this. I just wanted to make 2 points. So the first example for this, the prime example really is the Dutch child benefit case. I don't know how many people in the audience are familiar with this. If not, then that's definitely something worth reading into, because it's a shocking example where an algorithm developed by the government actually contained bias, and hence led to, in the end, actually personal bankruptcy, children being placed out of the house, and it brought down the last government. It had an impact also on the juridical system in the Netherlands. So really a very drastic example of how things can go wrong if there is bias in algorithms. And one of the many reasons where I said I don't want to elaborate too much, but still this is, I think, a prime cause. You know, the Dutch, they really like their cheese. So I chose a cheese example for this to illustrate that correlation is not causation. And there's this really interesting website where you find all these spurious correlation. And so the one I chose with the cheese consumption shows that there's a rather high, 94% correlation between cheese consumption and number of people who die by becoming tangled in their bed sheets. Obviously, these two have nothing to do with each other, are not causally related, but since a lot of these methods are still based on correlation, the causality often actually is not clear. It could lead to lots of wrong conclusions and hence also wrong implications with sometimes drastic consequences. So where I'm involved in is the ELSA Lab Poverty and Debt. And so I just briefly wanted to give you a bit of background information. So this is an initiative that originates out of the Dutch AI coalition, where the ELSA concepts, so the ethical, legal, societal aspects, are studied in a quadruple helix setting. So quadruple helix meaning really collaboration between knowledge institutions, government, companies, and citizens. And there are at the moment already on the left-hand side, you see them 6 poverty labs that are funded, 5 of them through our National Science Foundation, and our ELSA Lab Poverty and Debt is funded through the Ministry of Interior and Kingdom Relations. And on the right-hand side, you see a lot more. So in total, 17 ELSA labs already have a label from the AI coalition, meaning also some sort of a quality control check mark thing from a variety of different topics and domains, from which they're looking actually at the ethical, legal side of societal applications. And I'm the scientific lead of the ELSA Lab Poverty and Debt. And even in a rich country like the Netherlands, it is really still a major issue. So 8% of Dutch citizens have problematic debt, and more than 1 million of the population of 16 actually lives below the low income threshold. And when you are in that situation, often there is support available, but it's really a maze to find your way through it, organizations that are not aligned. And it's really hard often to really be supported then in the right way. What we're trying to do in our ELSA Lab is to really focus on possible ways in which AI can help to address the societal problem of poverty and debt. But of course, this really needs to happen in an ethically and legally sound way. Especially with the child benefit case really just about behind us. Or still lots of things actually going on with it. But it's a very, and rightfully so, a very, very sensitive topic. So it's absolutely crucial that everything that we do within the lab is really ELSA by design. ELSA is a term that is used a lot. It's not completely clear what it really means and what the approach really entails. So one of the things we're also working on at the moment is actually creating a really good overview of all the different approaches and initiatives out there, and look at their advantages and disadvantages to then actually determine the one that we want to use. But at this moment, our thinking is really that it's definitely transdisciplinary. So in this lab, we have so my own background is in financial decision making. We have data scientists, we have philosophers, and people with ethical backgrounds. We have legal people in there. So we really have lots of different people with different backgrounds. And we really consider the involvement of citizens as absolutely crucial, at the same time quite challenging also to organize. So we have some living labs that we can learn on. We're building more living labs that we can use. And we see it really as an iterative process in which also social learning takes place and helps us to improve this process even further. As I said, we are also quadruple helix. I think what's really nice in our case is that also because it is such a relevant topic, that we have a lot of organizations that support us. So both organizations like Accenture or APG, which is one of the largest pension administrators, but also actually all kinds of institutions, the Institute for Family Household Finances, the BKR, which registers the debt that people have, where our students take out the loan, different government agencies, where loans are given out, different municipalities, something called a debt in the Netherlands. So a lot of that are involved, and we're also a range of different knowledge institutions. So from University of Applied Sciences to TNO, and also to universities. And what I also wanted to share is, while I personally really believe in the approach we're taking, I also don't want to paint the picture that as of now everything is rosy and this will all go without its challenges. We're early on in the process, and even already now, I think we realize some of the challenges. And I think it's worth sharing, because I think we also need a debate on these and help each other and how to overcome them. So I already illustrated citizen involvement is really a challenge, especially in our context. It's a topic that people don't like to often publicly talk about. There is a lot of shame involved. Especially after the child benefit case, people have lost trust. So why should they talk to, government institutions that related to the ones that caused a lot of harm to them? How can we? There are, I think, some are in the living lab that are willing to talk to us, but it takes time to build up the trust, and it's often not scalable. So there are definitely challenges that we're facing here. We have the ambition that we create also ways of working, modules, processes, manuals that are practically feasible, but also have high academic standards. And that there can sometimes be some tensions also in between there, and different languages are talked, and we need to find really the right balance there and get to know each other and find out what works for whom. And who is safeguarding, for example, the quality of things. I showed you the wonderful number of stakeholders that we have, but that also brings its own challenges in organizing this. So even setting up something like the governance structure, finding good ways to properly communicate and keep each other informed. Working together with different disciplines is great, but there's these funny things when you can sometimes talk for half an hour about something and you think, oh yeah, we're talking about the same thing, and you realize, we're calling it the same, but we have a different understanding of what it is. Or there seems to be disagreement, but it's really just a matter of different wordings of different phrases used for the same thing. And so different disciplines have their own cultures, their own language, and it takes time also there to really find each other and work together. And of course, with such labs, expectations are high, and given the societal relevance, I think it's also crucial that we deliver. But given all the challenges, as I said, you know, things are sometimes not as quick maybe as we wish them to be, and what we can do. Because if we encounter ethical barriers or legal impossibilities, then we cannot really, pursue and continue with this. So I think these are just a few of the challenges we've also encountered so far, and that we need to work on it in the next months and years to come. But having said that, I still wanted to end on this more inspirational note, because there are currently still 1 of 13 children in the Netherlands living in poverty. And I really hope that with our lab, we can contribute to finding AI-based solutions to this, but then of course in an ethically and legally sound way. So thank you very much for your attention, and hope that we can have a lively discussion together with all the other speakers.
Thank you very much, and indeed, we will soon have our lively discussion. But first, I would like to introduce 2 more speakers for a short intervention before we go to the panel discussion. And the first speaker is Stéphane Sonck-Thibault, who's the Director General of Innoviris. Stéphane holds a PhD in engineering in robotics from KU Leuven and Stanford University. He has also a wide range of experience, amongst others, as a CEO of a startup, a software startup, where he actually went through the whole cycle from technology transfer, prototyping, attracting investors, and international growth towards a successful exit. So I would say that he has a very broad experience in all the different steps we need to apply AI in a successful way. So I'm looking forward to your short intervention here.
Yes, thank you very much. And thanks very much to the previous speakers for these very inspiring talks. And welcome everybody to the FARI conference and to Brussels. I will just spend a few minutes talking about the regional innovation strategy in Brussels and the role of Innoviris. So I'm the director of Innoviris, and Innoviris is a public organization. And our goal is to encourage, to support, finance and co-finance applied research, development and innovation in our region. On top of that, we also do science promotion that's oriented towards citizens and also towards certain groups that are currently underrepresented in certain domains and in, for example, STEM educational programs. So in order to do this, Innoviris has put in place a whole set of funding programs. They're very varied. They're available for small companies, startups, large companies, research centers, but also for the non-profit sector and for the public sector. And we have a variety of programs because we want to be there with our financing along the different stages of a typical research innovation project. In very early stages, we want to help universities to create spin-offs, startups in our region. We want to help organizations to invest in a proof of concept, trying out new technologies. We're here to support larger R&D projects, often in cooperation between universities, research centers, and companies. And we are very interested in having more scale-ups in our region. We really need companies who grow because who can use these technologies to have really an important impact for the good on our world. We very much believe in cooperative projects between different kinds of disciplines and also, of course, international projects. I mean, we heard about European sovereignty. Of course, Brussels is not an island, and we're very much supporting cooperation across our boundaries. So overall, every year we're able to fund approximately 300 very exciting projects, and this is a budget of about 400 million euros of local money for the period 21 to 27. Now, to make the link to this idea of common good, I'd like to talk a little bit about the strategy, the plan that's behind all of that, the regional innovation plan. We want to make sure that the public money that we invest in these projects is at the service of the region and of our citizens, providing them better jobs, clean air, good working transportation, better health services. And we used a strategy called smart specialization, where we looked at the needs of an urban area, typical European urban area like Brussels. We also looked at the strengths, what can we really do, what are we good at, what are our research centers and companies good at. And in the intersection of those two, we defined 5 thematic innovation domains. And these are, I will list them briefly, but I mean, people who live in Brussels will easily recognize them. It's about resilience, preparing an urban area to respond to climate change. It's about flows in the city, mobility, transporting goods, but also virtual flows, transporting energy in the city. It's about circular economy, producing energy in a better way, producing goods, using fewer resources, recycling the waste that we produce. It's about health, providing access to health using often digital technologies, but also working on new health technologies, new diagnostic methodologies, new drugs, precision robotics for surgery. And it's also very importantly about public innovation, GovTech, civic tech, and about social innovation and improving social inclusion. So those are the 5 thematic domains that we defined. And at the heart of all of that, there's a 6th domain that we call advanced digital technologies. And this includes AI and machine learning, but it also includes Internet of Things and embedded technologies and cloud computing and cybersecurity, because we believe these are crucial technologies that we need to understand and we need to master, and that we want to put at the service of these other 5 thematic domains. Now, we also picked these areas because we want to build on the existing strengths of our region. At the European level, Brussels is an innovation leader, and we have specific strengths in the ICT domain, especially in the area of startups. We have a very vibrant startup scene. And when it comes to the academic world, we have a really nice critical mass around artificial intelligence. And Virus is, of course, very proud on behalf of the Brussels government to have been able to support FARI, which is really going to be a catalyst and is going to unite all of these research groups and researchers in the region who work on artificial intelligence. And shortly, we'll be able to extend FARI with a digital innovation hub that will facilitate the access of small and medium-sized companies to these new advanced digital technologies. So in the end, I would like to end my short introduction to our strategy and Innovirus with an actual invitation to all of you, because Innovirus, we are launching calls, we are launching thematic calls on these 5 areas. We're launching open calls. We expect that many of these calls, currently it's about 2/3 of them, will be using digital technologies as a foundation of finding new solutions, and many of them will use artificial intelligence technologies. And we're looking for you to respond to these calls and submitting as exciting projects that are scientifically excellent, that are economically viable, that have a chance to really create something that can grow, that can scale up, that can have a real impact on our region, on the world. And very importantly, that have this positive effect on what we call the economic transition that we currently need, a new way of producing goods and services, having a positive social and ecological impact. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stefan. Now I would like to invite Mieke de Ketelaere. So Mieke is adjunct professor at Vlerik Business School. She holds a master in both industrial and civil engineering and is specialized in robotics and artificial intelligence. Over the last 30 years, I would say, she has worked for several multinationals, on all aspects of data and data analytics, IBM, Microsoft, SAP. She has also been nominated as the ICT Woman of the Year in 2018, I believe. She's also advising our State Secretary of Digitalization, Mathieu Michel. And Mieke has also written a book in which she tries to demystify the hype on AI. So I would be very happy if you can join the stage here and give your short contribution before we go to the panel.
So first of all, thanks, FARI, for having me as a speaker. I'm representing myself here. I've got a bit of an odd character in the sense that I'm working in a triple helix setup, being the fact that I'm 2 days in a week, I'm working for research at IMEC ID Lab, that's the software side, as a strategic advisor. 2 days a week, I'm more in the business, and 1 day a week, more or less, I'm advising both government in Belgium as well as the European Commission. Now, in my book, the main character is the AI translator, because what I've realized is that this is the part that's the most missing in our world. And what's the AI translator? That's basically somebody who makes sure that a domain, which is only 70 years old, which is growing at that fast speed, is translated in a correct way to the external world. I can tell you from being at the business side for 30 years, that AI wasn't translated. Even the most basic facts around AI, what we've seen, correlation is no causality. If your context of your system changes, you have to readapt your model, etc. Those basic facts have never made a translation to the outside world. So what we need to do is make sure that we work more in a multidisciplinary debate. Unfortunately, when you're in an academia, or when you're in a company, or when you're in government, you're working in silos. So that was for me the only way to make sure I could build these bridges, is being here as an independent. Now, that being said, I want to make sure that when I made a decision to move away from business to research, it was because I had noticed that in Europe, and we're here about Europe, talking about Europe today, is that we had the impression to be squeezed between China and US. And I can tell you this is not a fact. If we make the right choices, we can make a difference in the AI world. And I'll give you 3 examples where we can do this. It's all AI for good, but it's sometimes more technical, sometimes more ethical. It's first of all on the energy efficiency. I think if I listen to investments done in the US, which all is going about accuracy, and we see what's done in Europe, where we make a more balanced view on AI, keeping accuracy as a main focus, but also looking into energy efficiency, I think we can play a role there. It is also direct link to the work we do, for example, in space, where energy efficiency is key. So that's one topic. The second topic is the fact that we should move out of these narrow AI systems. In business, there is the rumor, there's a tension saying AI doesn't work for me. That the AI does work, only you have to realize that we need to broaden up the functionality of our AI systems through inter-device algorithms, etc. On this, Europe, our institutions can play a role. Last but not least, the main topic for here today is the ethical part, and defining together fairness in a transparent way would be fantastic. I have a question for all of you, and that's also to look more critical to what's happening right now. I do find, that's my personal opinion, that AI is going in a bit of a chaos environment. Next 6 weeks, I will take holiday and I will study. We are going into a world where we have new models arriving, the transformer models, etc. We have a world where China is banning deepfakes, where US is banning deepfakes, where Europe saying deepfakes, we don't see an issue at high risk number 3. It's not high risk in number 2. We don't see an issue. I think we need to really look at this. I can tell you from a business side, and again, that I was talking to CIOs in the insurance sector last week. I was talking to people working in the health sector. They're both facing already the impact of deepfakes in their environment. While they're still automating their processes, you can already pay companies for making sure that when you upload a picture, for example, when you had a car accident, you pay this company 500 euros, they will tweak your image, you'll get a fully payout to get a free new car. We should look into this. China is there, US is there, we should act on this as well. Thank you.
I would also like to invite the other speakers of the session to join us here on stage. And I hope we can also connect to the people who are online. So maybe I will stand here. Will we see them on the screen or? Okay, then I will stand here. And maybe I can start with Stefan, because you're the representative of Brussels, I would say. So having heard the other speakers, you already mentioned also some specific challenges for Brussels, but would you say that defining then AI for the good needs another definition compared to what we would do internationally, or does it perfectly align? So what is your vision on this?
I do see some alignment, and I think there's different levels. I think at an international level, I think there's some consensus, for example, on these sustainable development goals, where people use as a framework to think about what is important for the world. At the European level, I think there's more clarity in the context of Horizon Europe about what are the strategic challenges of Europe. We talked about the CHIPS Act. There's, of course, CO2 neutrality is a big, so these missions have become clear at the European level. And then I think at the local level, there's, of course, for us, we're a local funding agency, we're talking about local challenges. And maybe it's important for us to stress that this is not something that Innovir is defined, but this is the result of a democratic process where we've also involved other stakeholders. We talked with companies, with universities, with citizens to figure out now what's actually important for then a local region. And these are some of the areas that I mentioned. So I do see some alignment at these different levels, from these global, big international challenges to then local things that we didn't define ourselves, but are developed and that we continue to develop in cooperation, interaction with citizens and the other stakeholders in our region.
Yeah, so it's if I may conclude, more a matter of maybe priorities rather than if we need another definition. Is that maybe a summary of?
Yeah, I think
okay, thank you. Then maybe I want to ask also Mieke a question, because being already active for so many years in the field, my impression is that people actually forgot the good old-fashioned AI. Again, today we have heard a lot about data and the challenges that come with data in terms of privacy and so on. But can you maybe give your opinion on why this happened, so that all the work that has been done and currently is still done on knowledge representation and reasoning and so on, so very explicit models, why this is not finding its way to applications or industry?
I think there's a couple of reasons for this. Yeah. It's pretty loud, sorry. I think, first of all, it's also the examples we see, that are flying over from internationally, they don't make us critically look behind the scenes on the limitations that they have. They do fantastic things, so you don't see me saying something, but they don't understand that they are limited to a certain level. This translation is never done. And that's the reason why at one side you have the reasoning systems, on the other side you have the data-driven systems, and it's only now they're starting to feel that actually combined, they're going to be stronger than independent from each other. It's only happening right now because people start seeing the limitations. So I think we will see this, it's just a matter of time. But the second point is that I think that we're working in too fragmented world. When I look at the work done at IMEC, but also even at Belgian level, you can perfectly see, for example, during COVID time, that an algorithm that was created in one side of the country was also created on the other side of the country. And most likely, when we would have looked at the Netherlands or at Germany, we would have found the same algorithm. So I think we, as a Europe, we don't look enough at collaboration also to make the difference. And we just, working in a two-sided way. So, and this is why we're not moving fast enough compared to the others.
Okay. So you mean we have to join forces?
We have to find a way to join forces and start, stop these fragmented. The point is also, of course, I understand it's linked to budget, etc. But little budgets of 50,000, 50,000, 50,000, a lot of them add up to maybe 1 million. But you won't have the impact with a budget of 50,000 as what you could have if you have 1 million. So.
Okay, thank you. Maybe that's a nice bridge to Northern. I think Claire is to some extent trying to overcome this problem, right?
Well, Claire is a network and an association. It has 4,000 individual supporters, scientists and technologists in AI across all of Europe. It says 430 research labs and research groups and research institutes as members. So in that sense, it's the world's largest, and it's here in Europe. But CLARE is bottom-up driven, and we're not funded. And what we really do need in Europe is to make use of the amazing resources we do have, human resources, the competence in the universities, the drive in the startups and the companies. But the financing of both the universities and the entrepreneurial sector is way too weak. Finance investment in entrepreneurial activities in our startups, or venture capital investments in AI startups in Europe is like 1/10 of what it is in the States. And of course, then it's not like they have 10 times as much energy from that. They have much more, because whether you're working in a business or in a university, you have a certain amount of time that you need to spend on whatnot, teaching, doing some research, administration, and it's like working a workday. You come home at night, you have worked for 8 or 10 hours, and now you're going to do the interesting thing. And you have, after you put your children to bed or something, and that's kind of the image I have of both the research and the entrepreneurial innovation activities in Europe. And we can free that. We can really get more energy out of the system if we remove the sand in the system and we free up some more time. We don't have a lighthouse of AI in Europe. We don't have the Amazons or the Google or Apple, but we have proven before, we have seen time and time again that we can do these things if we put our efforts to it. So it's a political choice. It's not that we don't have the resources, and we don't have the people, and then we don't have the capacity. We have all of that, but it's a political choice.
Yeah. Okay. But I see a lot in Europe, I see a lot of calls that are actually addressing what we call the Sustainable Development Goals. So there's lots of calls today so for getting funding for projects. But would you say then that maybe this is too much application oriented and there should be more funding than for fundamental research, as we would call it? Or
no, I don't see that as the problem. We have our research time at the universities. And there is definitely a lot of research programs you can apply to for doing fundamental research as well. And there is a full it's not that. It's the amount.
Okay.
Yeah, we need to bump up significantly the amount, and you just look at how much money is being invested in Europe on the industry side, companies into applied research or innovation development. It's much less than other regions. So we need to free this up in some way or another, and we know there are many instruments to do that. We just don't put enough money into the system.
Okay, thank you for this point of view. First, maybe I can ask you, you have shown us many nice applications. So these are merely, let's say, to assist people and to help people in daily tasks. And this is what you have shown us. Are there also other applications that you're working on that we could label as AI for the common good? Or what would be maybe your dream project from that perspective?
I mean, mostly I've shown the use cases from AI for accessibility, right? So for all the others, for the in the AI for Good initiative, we certainly have also other use cases for AI for health, for AI for humanitarian action, etc. So I could probably show like tremendous amount of use cases for this, but maybe more interesting for the audience sees maybe also the city use cases. I mean, we work also closely with all the cities in Europe and the US to bring them closer to digitalization in general, but making use of the data. And maybe this is also some point or some aspect you are mentioning, Mika. I agree really totally that we are kind of in silos still. And one city in Germany doesn't know what the other city in Germany does, kind of. And I see kind of also Microsoft here as a facilitator for all those cities to actually share use cases. So if one city comes to us, maybe with a bunch of 100 use cases saying, could we do this, this, and this? We can go through our internal database and say, yes, of course, we did this like this, and we implemented the use case in this US city or in this European city like this. So why not leveraging the knowledge we have built on over the last years also to share this with other cities? So I think there's still a huge contribution we can make also in the city sector.
Okay, thank you. Then I would like to ask a question to Lisa. You stressed the fact that interdisciplinarity and a good AI application is key. And you actually started by showing 2 examples where it completely went wrong. And you called this bias, but I would rather say that these are applications where they have not been designed how they should have been designed. Is this really about bias, or is this, maybe that the team was not taking the advice, as you called it, to do this in an interdisciplinary way, to really ask themselves the question of which problem are they solving, do they use the right data, and so on. So can you comment a bit on this, please?
Yes, for sure. I guess you are referring to the example of the child benefit case, and then maybe also with the smartphone with the battery.
Not so much the battery thing, but where people actually were expelled from their houses and things like this. So children were even taken away, if I'm not mistaken, because the parents were considered not to be capable to taking care of them. That application.
No, you're absolutely right. I think I highlighted the bias part in it because I figured maybe for the discussion for today, that is a very relevant one. So what happened there, for example, that the second nationality was considered in the AI algorithm. And so people who would have a second nationality, which in the Netherlands I'm actually German, so it would have not flanked or would have not shown up, or even my children would have to choose between nationalities, then it doesn't show up. So then these are often cases, for example, with a Moroccan and a Dutch citizenship or other countries. And so that was part of the algorithm, and that's how the bias entered, how people were selected, how they were controlled, and money was asked back, leading to these severe personal situations. But it was a much more complex case. There's actually a really good book written about it that looks at it from all different perspectives, also from starting within the culture, within the tax authority. There were singers, there were flags, but they weren't heard, and so it's a very complex story, maybe, and too hard to tell in a few minutes. I would agree, though, that it was definitely not ethics by design. And what I've also seen in my work with other organizations is that too often the legal requirements are still the leading requirements, but some companies don't look that much further. So this is for them often the boundary in which they can operate, but I think we all know what's legal is not necessarily ethical, sometimes also the other way around, right? And I think this is also really crucial. It's also a challenge. I think there are lots of ethical frameworks out there. It's sometimes hard to really understand which one to use. And some of them are also rather vague and abstract still. And I think some organizations have challenges in really implementing them and really putting them to practice, especially from small organizations. I think it asks a lot of resources. It asks certain knowledge that they may not have. So I think there is also a lot to still be gained to make it easier and really help organizations also to implement really, ELSA by design, and not just the legal, but also the ethical dimension.
Okay, thank you. And then maybe Maxime, you also stressed a lot on the bias in the data. Being an AI researcher myself, I would actually say that AI also contributed to reveal the bias in the data, and the data that was actually generated by people. So I'm perfectly okay that AI should not repeat the same mistakes. But yeah, how would I say this? Why do people expect that AI then will come with, let's say, the perfect, unbiased, perfectly fair solution? So can you maybe comment a bit on this? So why are we so, we want to have so high standards for AI, while we are taking decisions every day? Most decisions are still taken by humans, and they seem to be so biased. So can you comment a bit on this? What's your take on this?
Oh, thank you for the question. Look, I mean, it's not easy to answer. I mean, it's more of a
question, I agree.
rhetorical question, I would say. But I mean, I'll just give you an example as well, which is basically illustrates your point, which is, for instance, when we're talking about self-driving cars, right? And if there is like one single incident, there is lots of like news coverage, lots of, I don't know, public outrage, stuff like that. I mean, lots of worries about that. Although it is proven that the amount of accidents, if you compare those by human drivers and the self-driving cars, are incomparable. I mean, the human drivers have many more and proportionally speaking accidents, but the perception of the public is completely reversed. So it's more dangerous to be in a self-driving car after all of this coverage, and rather than in a human driver, in a car with a human driver. So I mean, this goes back to some psychological things. I'm not a specialist in this field, but I mean, I guess there is research in this direction going on. So, and indeed, you're probably right that there is kind of this sentiment that these technologies, they have to be better. I mean, otherwise, I mean, what's the point, no? So, I mean, this is for a lot of solutions which believe that technologies actually can solve or even the ways to go about it. But we have to always remember as well, I mean, many things to remember about this, but one of them is that, for instance, AI technologies, they are inherently backwards looking, right? Because they are basing I mean, the decisions kind of based on them are essentially based on this historical data, right? I mean, but if we are talking about, but we, that is one of the downsides of that, because I mean, in many fields, this is definitely either not enough or completely, let's say, useless in many occasions when we need kind of forward-looking solutions. And that is where I'm kind of going a bit into another direction here. If we're talking about automating some legal decision making, or even doing some regulation by employing AI algorithm, that's really dangerous here, because here we need some forward-looking solutions rather than backward-looking solutions that would simply kind of either repeat or kind of extrapolate not very useful historical events, let's say. So I mean, it's not really a response here. It's rather, I would say, I agree with what you say. It is something yet to be explored, taking into account all these caveats that I mentioned here and also before.
Okay, thank you. So now I would like to invite the public to ask some questions to our speakers here, but I think Norton, maybe you want to add something.
Yeah, I just
small
wanted to
this
follow up
response?
on the last point here. So technology for good. Let's say that we overnight changed all the cars in the world with autonomous cars, and they caused, let's say, 200,000 deaths a year. Would that be technology for good? And the answer is yes, because the number of people dying because of human errors in the traffic is 1.2 million. It's like it would save as many people a year as major vaccines if we did that. But there's no way we can make the population accept it.
Mm-hmm.
So, and also it probably would be a redistribution of probably, maybe in some countries the number of deaths would increase and in others it would dramatically be reduced, but whatever, it would save enormous amount of people. We know that this would not be possible, so let's go and find out other ways of doing it.
Okay, thank you. I can't really see if there are questions from the audience. Maybe you can inform me on this, so please, yeah.
Hello, yeah. My name is Antoine Poppe and I try to develop a health app for your smartphone so that you can control your health permanently by introducing all your medical data on our platform. And why do I intervene? Because we are already living since a couple of years in pandemic times, and they are taking or rising again here, especially here in Belgium at the moment. So my first remark or question is, why doesn't the speakers do not focus on one of our most important aspects of our life, being our health, H-E-A-L-T-H. And secondly, as an economist, I predict that we are going towards the biggest economical crisis ever. And I wonder if we cannot use AI to survive that in the optimal way. Because I think these 2 points should be the focal points of this moment. With all the respect for ethical and other aspects, but this should be the 2 targets at the moment. Thank you.
So thank you for your question. I can actually assure you that we are working on this. I actually have a new colleague who is exactly studying how AI can help us to exit this pandemic, but I will give the word to the speakers to also reply to this question, please.
Yeah, if I may, I will just reply to the first part regarding health. So health is indeed one of the 5 thematic domains that has been identified as a strategic innovation domain here in Brussels. So this includes giving access to an integrated health services, but also to work on new diagnostic methods, on new treatment methods, new drugs. I mentioned robotics. And we really see very exciting, very cool projects here locally in Brussels of entrepreneurs who really take AI technology and apply it to this to the health domain. And just to give you some examples, we have companies who work on using AI to, for example, detect falls of the elderly. We have people who build prostheses for people who've lost their lower limbs using robotics technologies. We have companies who build braces, individualized braces using AI technology, etc., etc. So has been identified as one of the key areas and also one of the strengths, regional strengths here in Brussels. And we see a lot of AI technology being applied to that field.
I'll take the second part. Thanks for that. Perfect. The second part, I mean, that's difficult. So it's the economic crisis popping up already. We're already in there. And indeed, I agree we're going to go into chaos. But the point is, this is a perfect place where AI fits well. I mean, AI fits very well in our lives when it gets to difficult, dull, dirty, and dangerous tasks. And this is falling on the difficult task. If you see the place where AI will fit the most is there where there's a lot of compute. And so there where there's a lot of simulations to be made. I think you can talk a lot to economical people, and I think we have some people here with economics background. I think there's no right economical model ready for the future yet, but however, we can use this to simulate and to create real-time insights that we would not have with any other type of technology out there. So it wasn't discussed here today, but I can assure you that it's really happening right now. The focus, I mean.
Maybe
also to briefly add on to this, maybe.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Also,
in the meantime,
on health.
Okay, go ahead. We have time for a short response, I guess.
Nothing is frozen.
I think I was frozen, no?
Yeah, Lisa, please go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I was frozen. I just wanted to point out there's also an ELSA lab that focuses on health. And on the Brightland Smart Services campus, there's also dedicated health floor and also health lab. So I would say from all societal applications, I would say it's one that receives really a lot of attention actually from the ecosystem where I'm at.
Okay, thank you.
I may also a quick one.
Very short then.
Yeah, okay, very shortly, just to make sure that indeed in our recommendation that I was talking about, we tackle directly the economy and labor dimension and the health and well-being, social well-being dimension. In fact, these are two policy areas in the recommendation with concrete policy actions proposed, which go one after another. So there is very close attention is being paid to these issues as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I've been told that we should conclude. I think our presenters will still be around, so please find them during coffee break or the drink afterwards if you have some more questions that you would like to ask them. And I think there's actually a break right now. Thank you very much.
One final word to say thank you very much, Anne, for having moderated this session. And some of you have received some labels, sticky labels. So it has a purpose. So you will find outside when you go out a banner with a question. The question is, find 3 keywords that I associate with common good in a context of a city or Brussels. So on your labels, if you are inspired during the coffee, after the coffee, or right now, you can just write a little bit. All of this will be used by us to also give us some inspiration. So please, at the exit, just put the sticky labels when you're back from the coffee. And thanks again to everybody. Thank you.
Vivas, hè? Vivas. Het ging normaal bij mijn auto parkeren en dan tijdstation dat ik al makkelijk was. Misschien weet je, dus ik dacht, de deur geeft maar een hulp.
Merci.
Malika is here. Are you going to be using any slides?
I'm not using any slides.
Okay.
I'm just sharing.
Sharing, okay.
I will, like Anna will. So how much time do I have in the beginning?
I think like 2 minutes.
2 minutes, okay. And then
So
I and then
5
I,
minutes.
and then I invite the first speaker.
Yes.
And then so all the information I got is here on this page, I guess.
I will be here queuing you if, especially during the discussion, I'll tell you like now it's Q&A, now it's many minutes.
So do I have to ask a question? I mean, I wanted to actually have more questions from the audience than what happened before.
Okay.
Because I'm not going to ask everybody like individually a question. I think I should like have one question for everybody in the panel. And then I would like to open this up to something else because otherwise I have questions.
Well, that will depend on time because now we are running out of time. We have 25 minutes. And if we can do, because the session was 50 minutes. So if we can get that 50
So how much do we
minutes.
have nobody at the end? We normally have 45 minutes per question.
Yes.
So 5:30.
In total.
Yeah, but okay, I will track the
It
time.
will depend with how the will go with time. If we have time, then the audience can have also more time.
Yeah. But I'm going to try to get more audience involvement. Oh, I guess so. I mean.
Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? I'm a storyteller. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you?
Hello, everybody. Thank you for being back. I have now the pleasure of asking Professor Tom Lennartz, head of MLJ at ULB, and also one of our active members at FARI, to lead this session. I will also ask you to also think of a question. Brussels could make AI more accessible by ... Brussels could make AI more accessible by ... and you will use your labels. So Tom, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Okay. Welcome back, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here, and I will not spend too much words before I will start introducing the speakers. First of all, I would like to thank also Carl and Hans for handling all the organization of this conference. I think they have already showed a very nice lineup of speakers, and I'm pretty sure the next 4 speakers that we will have in this session will also be very interesting to listen to. The nice thing for me is to be here for an event organized by both ULB and VUB, because essentially I'm an offspring of both universities, doing a PhD in one and doing a postdoc in the other, and I finally ended up at the ULB side, but I'm still also partially at the VUB side, so this is for me perfectly fitting in my schizophrenic mind, so this is very good. And today, in this session, I'm also very happy to be able to hear people from different cities around the world actually telling us what they have been doing in terms of AI for the common good. And you will have 4 speakers. Paula Bouet from Barcelona, Stefan Verhulst representing New York, I'm assuming here, Hinda Hane, Amsterdam, and Benjamin Prudhomme is going to speak about Montreal, Canada. So without further ado, and just in sake of time, because I know we are right before the very important cocktail, I will give the floor now to Paula Bouet for her presentation. And just to say a few words about Paula, sorry, I should do that also. Paula is a project manager working on things like digital rights, digital inclusion and AI in Barcelona City, and she's a commissioner for digital innovation at the Bit Habitat Foundation and Cities Coalition for Digital Rights. So thank you very much, Paula, for accepting to present your work here, or your interests here, and the floor is yours. Please come to the stage.
Hi, everyone, and thank you, first of all, to the FARI colleagues for the invitation. It's great to be able to be here in Brussels because we hold the city in a good esteem, because we collaborate with them within the Cities Coalition for Digital Rights. So it's also nice to be able to meet the nice ecosystem around AI for good that you have here. So very happy to be here and very happy to the discussions that will follow. So today I wanted to talk about, and this question will start guiding my presentation. I wanted to talk about what we in Barcelona are doing to bring all this AI for good and ethics and all these kind of topics around AI that were discussed in the previous panel, and that I'm sure we all agree on, or that we are aligned with. How we manage to make them a reality, to actually bring them into the whole life cycle of an AI algorithm that is introduced in the municipality, and how we follow up on releasing an AI strategy. And this is why I want to bring this kind of provoking question: is there life after releasing an ethical AI strategy? Because we have released one, it's very nice, it's good, it shows commitment at the higher political level, but now what? And I also wanted to launch another question. So how can a city like Barcelona, or like Brussels in this case, introduce safeguards and the right mechanisms that are going to make sure that fundamental human rights, equity, all the values, public interest values that we align on, are introduced in all the stages of an algorithmic system that's procured or fostered or developed by the municipality. So yeah, just to give a bit of a background, we have heard of these scandals around AI used by the public administrations. It was brought up before, so the Dutch childcare benefit scandal. We, at the regional level, we also have had a scandal related, not a scandal, but a case of not conscious use of AI that was applied to the prison system to assess the risk of a prisoner in recommitting a crime. And this was also brought to the press. So we kind of learn about this kind of bad applications that AI can have, if not implemented mindfully and with the right safeguard mechanisms, when things go really bad. But in Barcelona, we really want to focus on how we can use AI technologies and AI systems for being more proactive, for boosting innovation, for delivering services that are targeted to the citizens' needs. And this is a nice example. This little dude here is a robot that supports elder people at home. So it supports them to remind them to take medication, to help them not feeling that lonely. So this would be a case of robotics applied to social ends and to boost a certain collective's well-being. And another piece of the background that I would like to give is the general framework with which Barcelona develops its digital policy, which is what we have called technological humanism. And it's this idea that digital technologies and that the digital transformation in smart cities need to serve the common good and to be people-centered and not leave everyone behind. And these are very nice words, but in Barcelona we have good examples of that, such as digital inclusion policies and pilots that we have implemented, the public Fab Lab network that we have to build capacity and make citizens be able to actually create things with digital technologies. We have a wide variety of digital policies that are all aligned with this kind of purpose. So not putting technology at the forefront, but people, and perhaps not even prioritizing technology. So that's just to give you a little bit of a background. And as a key cornerstone of this Barcelona's digital policies, last year we released our ethical AI strategy, which was one of the key pieces or the key steps for really setting the ethical principles that apply to our city, because that's something that we defend, that not all values apply to the same context, so you need to also choose the ones that apply for your city. We set our ethical AI principles. We set like the general framework for developing AI in the city. And this was also, and I think this is nice to bring up, a good way to step forward while the appropriate legal framework was not enforced. So you can have a look at this strategy. It's nice. It's in English too. And it sets out these principles that I'm just going to go quickly over because, I mean, we all know what ethical AI principles are there. All stakeholders, all organizations have them. But what I really wanted to focus on today was what actions are derived from this AI strategy, and specifically the internal policy and the protocol for developing AI. So how do we really make sure that all of these principles are followed in each of the stages of the development? And just very quickly before I go into this more based work of developing AI, I just wanted to bring up some success stories that we have implemented in the city of Barcelona. For instance, this monitoring system for measuring beach occupancy levels that with strong data protection and anonymization and cybersecurity clauses, we have procured an external service to monitor beach capacity and to manage the public space. We have also implemented an AI-based support system for classifying incidents, so citizen requirements, and inquiries. We have also put up a system for classifying requests to the social services to support the social workers in delivering in choosing the best resource available for the user. And this is a good example of a system that underwent an algorithmic audit, and plot twist, it didn't go so well because we all have biases. I'm happy to explain later on, but yeah, so a good example of one of these tools that was implemented in a project. But what we really wanted to do with this internal policy was to standardize all this. So it's not just enough to have good intentions, to have ethical principles, to have some projects that went well, but we need to look at all the stages of the life cycle of an AI system, which you can see here. So from when the problem is formulated and the need to solve it with an AI system is detected, to when it's deployed and to when it's dismantled too. This comes from the New York City AI strategy. I want to make clear that we're not inventing the wheel here. We collaborate with a lot of cities, and it's good to give credit. So, for instance, with New York, Amsterdam, the city of Helsinki, and many other cities that are working to promote an ethical AI in their public services and in their internal processes. So we kind of we crossed this life cycle of an AI system with our own way of functioning of procuring an IT service. No, when we need to develop a technology, we don't develop it ourselves. So the city of Barcelona does not have this development capacity, but we need to go to the market and to buy it. So I'm going to go into the detail with these steps more quickly, but you can see that here in the column, there are the steps from the service requirement from a municipal area, say social services. I want to develop X kind of project to when it's dismantled. So I'm going to briefly go over them, but first I wanted to show you what kind of governance bodies that we have, because a part of having this standard policy, we need the right governance bodies to enforce this. So we have built both internal bodies and external ones. For the internal, we have a transversal board that has representatives from all the areas of the municipality that are involved in the ethical monitoring of AI. We have a digital rights and AI ethics team, of which myself I am part, that sets a bit the strategy and that makes sure to align all these actors. And then we have a technical office within the IT department that is actually in charge of procuring and of doing the project management stuff related to the more technical thing. And this is good because we have centralized all this kind of AI procurement. And then externally, and this is very important for us, it's that we have an expert advisory board that has representatives from the whole AI ecosystem. So from academia, for more legal or technical experts, we try to have a balanced representation. And this is a small advisory council that oversees the whole implementation of this AI strategy and the policy, but that also asks and acts, and I'm gonna show you how it does, in regulating and assessing whether a system can or cannot be deployed. And then we have a city forum for digital rights in which we are working. It's not implemented yet, but we're working with our democratic innovation colleagues, which are also in charge of the CDIM. I think maybe you're familiar with this citizen participation platform, but this is intended to be a wider platform for participation of all stakeholders, so from civil society organizations to companies, so really building this space of dialogue put out there by the municipality, but that it's really going to be owned up by the whole Barcelona ecosystem. And getting into the details, so the protocol, how it defines step by step, I'm going to go quick over this, but just when a municipal area sees the need to implement an algorithmic system, it will need, so as a disclosure, this is being debated, so it's not approved yet, but it's also a good time if you have feedback to give it to me, because we're trying to also approve it with our city council, but we are still going under the small final debates. But so when a municipal area sees then this need of implementing an algorithmic system, it needs to provide specific information related to it. And why do we do this? Because we want the reflection on ethical AI to be a collective debate, not just a technical request. No, it goes beyond that. Why are we optimizing? Why are we introducing this kind of system? Why were other alternatives considered? What is the objective? What are going to be the inputs, the outputs? What's going to happen with all that system? What's the deployment policy going to be? And also reflecting together with the municipal area involved, what communities or what individuals might be affected or harmed by this system. So then this initial information request goes to the technical office and the digital rights and ethics team, and we assess what level of risk it has according to the EU Commission's proposal. The unacceptable risk algorithms will be discarded automatically, and then the other ones, the high risk, will need to undergo a very strict procedure to be validated. And we find that this classification is useful because we are gonna have to adapt to it in a few years. So it's better if we act now and if we start adapting our colleagues at the municipality to it, because it's good to have this kind of conversation. No? So for the high-risk applications, the advisory board, the external, remember those people from the ecosystem that are experts in AI, but from many fields, need to do an algorithmic impact assessment. So really see what stakeholders are going to be affected, evaluate ex ante what implications this system has, and also, if needed, generate a discussion, inviting the appropriate interlocutors to the conversation. And in this, participation is key. So we also have the city forum that's going to be a key tool where all these debates will take part also. And for the high-risk applications, if they pass this initial assessment and all the other systems, if they don't need to go through this process of being approved, the technical office passes on to writing the tender specifications. And in this, we are using Amsterdam's model of standard clauses of trustworthy AI that you can download online. They are a very nice exercise of really making sure what kind of information needs to be provided by the supplier, what the municipality can ask for, and here are many questions related to intellectual property that are very interesting to assess. So also what kind of information can be asked for, what not. These clauses also include risk mitigation strategy, data rights to make sure that the algorithm is compliant with GDPR, etc. That the algorithm has a good quality, that is not has no defects, no technical defects, and that it's fit for purpose. And I'm running out of time, so I'll make it fast. Then the system is deployed and developed, and throughout this phase of being in functioning, it has to ensure, the provider has to ensure that there's a risk management strategy and a yearly algorithmic audit. And this is important because an external advisor organization has to look at what's happening, and an audit needs to be released. And then all this information, and we're working in this with other cities, needs to be published in an algorithmic registry, which is a very nice exercise of transparency and also to generate trust with the citizens. And then when the system is dismantled, the data need to be erased, and what you see here. So I just wanted to wrap up saying that this is an internal policy that we are still pushing forward to implement in the municipality, but that through the last part of this year, we're going to be working on setting up these governance bodies. These governance bodies will approve this protocol, so that's, I'm sure that in December, I'm going to be able to share more information on how it actually happened, and that we really take in good consideration this collaboration that we have with stakeholders and with other cities. And here I wanted to bring up another project that we work on we launched with Amsterdam and London, but that we work with the cities that are part of the network of the Cities Coalition for Digital Rights, which is the Global Observatory of Urban AI. And it's an observatory that aims to monitor AI policy and projects. And as part of this exciting project, we're about to release an atlas that showcases AI projects happening in cities in the world that are aligned with ethical principles. So as a final note, cities are doing things and we are trying to do it right. It's not always easy, but the important thing is that we're collaborating and that we're creating these synergies and that we are trying to step forward while the legal framework is not there and trying to come up with the best solutions. So thank you and looking forward to further discussions.
Thank you very much, Paula, for this very interesting presentation. Without further ado, I'm going to ask Stefan Verhulst to come to the stage, who is the co-founder and chief research and development officer, as well as director of the GovLabs data program. At the GovLabs, Stefan Verhulst has developed and leads a range of impactful research initiatives that contribute to an enhanced understanding and improved practice of using data science technology for decision-making and policy-making. So please, Stefan, the floor is yours.
Great, thanks so much, Tom, for the kind introduction, and delighted to be here, and thanks for inviting me, and keep on inviting me, Carl and Hans, as well. And it's also a delight to actually follow Barcelona, because Barcelona has been a leader in the space of AI and especially AI governance. And that's really what I will try to focus on as well during my talk as well. And so why are cities important when it comes to AI? And more importantly, why are cities becoming more and more important when it comes to AI governance? And so besides the fact that cities are becoming the ultimate place where most people are living, cities are also at the forefront of dealing with all the challenges that we have in the 21st century. And so cities are basically asked to step up on all the 21st century challenges and become leaders in dealing with climate change, dealing with COVID, for instance, dealing with urban mobility, and so on. And so what we see is what others are calling quite often localism, where we actually see cities becoming the hubs of innovation in the development of policies that can deal with rapid developments that affect societies. And we see this also in a variety of spaces where actually cities and the solutions they develop are becoming the models, not only for cities, but they are becoming the models for national and quite often transnational developments. And so from my point of view, it's very important to actually take notice what happens in cities, especially as it relates to technology, because cities are actually innovating, not only in the use of technology, but they're also becoming innovators in how you govern technology, mainly because of the absence, as was mentioned, of national policy or transnational policy, because it takes, frankly, at those levels quite often too long to really take into account what is the real impact of technologies. And so cities, for instance, as it relates to broadband, but as it also relates to privacy, have already shown that they can actually play a leading role in shaping the technology and shaping the policies as it relates to recent developments and emerging technologies. And what I've been focused on is how does this happen in the AI space? Because clearly cities worldwide are adopting AI, and they are forced quite often to adopt AI because of the reason that I mentioned earlier, that they are at the forefront of dealing with some of the massive challenges that society today has. And so 2 years ago, it came up with the concept of AI localism, which is really trying to understand how do cities govern AI and what can we learn from the way cities are governing AI? Because AI localism is something that surprisingly is actually absent in many of the discussions. If you look at all the observatories with regard to AI governance, or all the observatories that try to document AI policies, they're always about national policies. They're always about transnational approaches. And we already heard, of course, from UNESCO, which of course is doing wonderful work. But what is not being taken stock of is actually what happens at the subnational level, at the local level, because there is a lot happening, as we already heard from Barcelona, that we need to learn from, and instead of looking down on, actually taking as models and really becoming more inspired at the national and transnational level. And so what we've been trying to do is really take stock, and anyway, similar to the Global Observatory, we have developed a repository of actually everything, well, not everything, everything that we could capture, and I'm sure we forgot several, which is always my call to every audience that I present, is that what did we forget that we should include? But based upon that repository, we've started to develop a canvas of key elements that always turns out to be important policy fields at the city level. And I'm not going to go into the canvas and how you should apply the canvas to your city, including into Brussels. But what I quickly will reflect on, realizing that, of course, cocktails are waiting, and so I'm not going to go too far, because otherwise Tom would be deeply disappointed in me. But I will quickly reflect on 10 lessons. And none of those lessons will sound radically innovative, because many of them already have been mentioned before. But I think it's the package that I think you need to consider. It's not one single solution, it's really a set of lessons, a set of solutions that we need to have. And the first lesson, and again, none of this will be shock everyone, but I think it's important to repeat that principles are important. And sometimes, given the fact that we have so many principles, We sometimes are acting now as, anyway, we don't need any more principles and so on. But absent any principles, especially at the subnational level, you actually don't have a North Star. You have no benchmark against how you will measure any other kind of AI policy or even technical design with regard to how you're actually going to measure whether they are indeed supporting AI for common good or with regard to the principles. And so principles, not to be dismissed, easily, of course, assumed that it's all it takes, but it is an important element from cities that you need to have those principles in order to provide that kind of North Star. And more importantly, as we also have seen from other cities, is that quite often important to not just have principles about AI, but about digital or about, anyway, some broader ecosystem in which AI can then be embedded. Because obviously AI is just one element of a digital ecosystem, and so it might be important to take a broader perspective as well. Now, of course, it's not only about the principles, it's about how you got them in the first place. And that's where engagement comes in. And without actually that engagement, again, what we heard from Barcelona, you really don't have any social license for applying AI in the context in which cities want to apply the AI. And so you need public engagement in order to provide that kind of social engagement, social license, but you also need engagement in order to really develop those principles that reflects the preferences and expectations from the citizens and the residents that you seek to serve within a particular kind of city. Here are a few examples. One is the one that we developed in New York. Tom asked me to represent New York, which is very hard. I always say the mayor, Eric Adams, does a good job for that. But in New York, we developed the Data Assembly, which is a citizens' assembly around, in this context, was about the use of data and AI for COVID-19, because I do think it's very important to not just have a generic discussion, but to have a discussion about how would you apply then, and what are your expectations, and what are your frames of reference and frames of policy with regard. And so the Data Assembly basically provided a governance framework for then applying data and AI within the context of COVID-19. Now, key lesson is, of course, if you want to have meaningful engagement, you actually do also have to invest in AI literacy. And so AI literacy is not just an educational objective, it is a governance objective. Because without a literate citizenship and without a literate set of course, officials, it's very hard to actually have any meaningful governance discussions. And so AI literacy is key. And so again, here we've done a lot of work with actually libraries, because I do think that libraries have a crucial role to play as it relates to establishing data and AI literacy. Quite often they are one of the most trusted organization as it relates to knowledge management and data management. And so from our point of view, and so here again, with Queen's Public Library, we've set up a set of AI literacy projects in order to, of course, establish a level of education, but also to then enable meaningful discussions. And it's not just about, are you for or against AI? It's about, it depends. And then you need to actually have that kind of literacy to discuss. Now, again, some lessons learned from Brussels here as well, and why I'm a big fan of FARI, is that it's not only about engagement with residents, but it's also engagement with your local expertise. And I think quite often cities ignore that actually they have huge expertise within the city, but somehow they never ask the expertise to help them out with regard to AI governance. And I think what is great about FARI is exactly that visionary thinking about let's tap into the expertise in the city, such as the universities, but also other communities, in order to actually develop the expertise we need to govern. And that's a key lesson that quite often is forgotten at the national level. Then obviously, transparency is a great principle, but how do you do it? And again, we've seen that many cities are actually innovating in how they provide transparency. Again, Barcelona already mentioned, of course, the register that initially was launched in Amsterdam and in Helsinki, but there are other ways to actually provide transparency through, for instance, gamification, and through also other means in which you engage actually the citizenship in order to provide transparency as well. We also need to, lesson number 6, establish new means of accountability and oversight. Audit is quite often mentioned as, of course, a key element, but it's not just about audit. It's actually about responsible professions and responsibility and accountability as a function. And so we need new functions within government. And so, for instance, in New York, they have appointed an algorithms management and policy officer whose accountability it is to actually make sure that there is responsible use of algorithms and AI. But also, of course, you need task forces, you need ways to actually bring expertise to the table. It was already mentioned an ethics council, for instance. New York, again, there was an automated decision systems task force that also was established, and not always successful, but at least we need to really start thinking about how you actually establish those kinds of oversight mechanisms that then provide for that kind of insight and governance. And again, lessons to be learned from the cities, because it's quite often not happening at the national level. And so here we can really take stock. Other element is actually that cities are starting to legislate. While many places are actually holding back, we have seen many cities stepping in and actually drafting regulations and laws, which is a means to signal boundaries, right? Principles are great to signal certain kinds of aspirations, but laws are very powerful means to say, this is how far you can go, right? And so boundaries needs to be set. And actually I have seen a few, like the one again in New York City, where we worked with the city council in order to develop a law that basically seeks to regulate the use of AI for employment screening. And this is like the first kind of sets, again, innovation in actually drafting laws with regard to AI and how you go about it as well. Now, clearly, it was already mentioned procurement, but procurement is a very powerful governance tool because it allows a city or a government to become a market shaper. And we quite often forget that cities and governments can be market shapers because of the way they actually buy technology. They are one of quite often the largest market player in an ecosystem, and they should use that force and that power as a market player to shape the market. And how you do this is by actually procurement, right? By actually set what are the requirements that you need. And we've seen again in Amsterdam, and we will have representatives here, Barcelona, but also many other cities are now using procurement as a governance tool in order to really shape and embed the principles that they set out. Now, clearly, in other, and we can have a whole discussion again that Anne initiated about data and logic and other means of AI, but ultimately, quite often, cities are in an asymmetric situation when it comes to having access to data for applying AI and training AI. And so you need, as a governance tool, also establish new partnerships with those that have AI and new data sharing agreements in order to actually establish. And again, in New York City, we helped establish the so-called Recovery Data Partnership, which tried to tap into privately held data, including telecom data, in order to generate insight, for instance, during COVID-19. And then last lesson is that without a strategy, right, of course, governance and the principles might stay limited, but a strategy without a governance structure is also not meaningful. And we frankly, at the national level, have no shortages of strategies, but ignoring governance to a large extent. And I think we actually need to make governance strategic in a way that generates the responsible AI ecosystem that we need, and in a way that it serves AI for the common good. So these are 10 lessons. As I said, not one of them is more important than the other. I think you need to take them together as a package, but we need to now start applying those lessons in other cities. And more importantly, we need to take those lessons at the national level and also at the international level, where quite often they lack that kind of experience. And cities actually have experience in governing AI, and we need to tap into that and use it for the common good. Again, this is our repository. Feel free to go and see what other cities are doing. But as I said, more importantly, in order to build a repository that actually is meaningful, we need to crowdsource that. And so if there are any initiatives that we should add, feel free to add. And more importantly, if there are any researchers that are interested in doing comparative research as it relates to how cities go about that, always eager to engage as well. With that, I hope, Tom, that delivered within the time zone and that we will have plenty of time for cocktails afterwards. Thanks so much.
Thanks a lot, Stefan, for your 10 commandments for cities and AI. Very interesting stuff. So without further ado, I would also like to invite the third speaker, Hinda Hanet, to come and speak about her topic, which I think is quite interesting. I was recently myself in a panel on AI solutionism, and she's going to speak about AI saviorism. So I'm very curious what she's going to talk about. So she's a professor by special appointment at the University of Amsterdam. Her research focuses on fair, transparent, and accountable AI. And she's the scientific co-director of the Civic Lab and the ICAI Lab, dedicated to studying the application of AI in the fields of education, welfare, the environment, mobility, and health. So, without further ado.
Great. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. All right, so AI saviorism. So I'm first going to tell you a little bit about our lab, about the ecosystem of AI in Amsterdam and the Netherlands in general, and then I'm going to tell a little bit about what I've been calling AI saviorism and why it's important for us to consider and discuss in such a setting. All right, so I'm part of the Civic AI Lab. I'm a scientific co-director. So we really focused on servicing the municipalities in the Netherlands, and particularly Amsterdam. We try to have a community-minded design, development, and deployment of AI technology. So we do position ourselves as a research lab. So we are an AI lab as a part of a university. And we co-create with academia, with government, with the governmental agencies, industry partners like companies, and also civil society. So we also try to get involved with the grassroots organizations, for example, and try to involve them in all of our activities. We also try to serve as an information point for residents who are curious about AI. So we organize a lot of outreach activities. I'm going to tell you a bit about it in a couple of slides. And these are our partners. So we are a publicly funded lab. So we really wanted that when we started it a couple of years back. So we are funded by the University of Amsterdam, the Free University of Amsterdam, the Municipality of Amsterdam, and the Ministry of Internal Affairs. And also we are supported by the ICAI ecosystem, and I'm going to tell a bit about it. So ICAI stands for Innovation Center for Artificial Intelligence. It's essentially a movement and organization that's trying to promote AI and AI-driven technology in the Netherlands to attract talent, but also to develop solutions that are useful for the country and for other countries. Actually, it's not just in the Netherlands, but we are kind of really focused on attracting talent and building these labs across the country. So we have now more than 29 research labs. Most of them are collaborations with industry partners, the exception of our lab, which is, as I said, publicly funded. And we have a huge network of researchers that are either directly part of the ICAI ecosystem or are in collaborations and partnerships. So the mission of our lab is really to try and tackle the inequality issues in the city. And we focus on a few topics, so education, well-being, environment, mobility, and health. And what you see is that for each of these topics, we have at least one PhD student who's doing research on this topic with stakeholders from a public organization or from a relevant organization. For example, for the well-being PhD students, we are working directly with health professionals who are trying to improve the way diabetes is handled in certain populations that don't have access, or for cultural reasons don't necessarily take good care of their health, for example, because they don't necessarily speak Dutch. So we try to kind of see how AI could help and give people some tools or means to improve the way they kind of take care of their health. So I don't have time to go in detail about each topic, but I encourage you to visit our website. I will give the link later on. As I mentioned, we also do outreach activities. This is one of our outings. We actually contributed to a museum exhibition called Bits of You. It's at the Nemo Studio, which is a small museum in the center of Amsterdam. And we contributed in the sense that we helped design the exhibition, and of course we had a pleasure of visiting that together. So these are the things that we also find important, that we don't only position ourselves as an AI lab, that we develop research and new tools, and we contribute to the knowledge and to the community, the AI community, but we also try to kind of demystify the use of AI in society, and we make it more accessible to citizens. Not only for them to see how AI can apply to different problems in society, but also to kind of make it possible for them to also challenge AI, to also be aware, for example, that municipalities are using algorithms to make decisions about their lives. So they also should be aware that there can be issues related to that, and that they have rights, and they also can kind of have a right to recourse, so to really disagree with the outcome of an algorithm, for example. So we try and do a lot in this space. Now, AI saviorism. I hope I didn't talk too fast until now, but I really wanted to get to this part. So if we look at the definition of saviorism, so essentially it's this worldview according to which some people are saviors and others need to be saved by them. And I feel like saviorism in AI is essentially when, a bunch of people are going to try and solve a problem that may be a societal challenge using AI, but then while completely ignoring kind of the constraints in which their system will deploy. For example, legal constraints, but also data availability constraints, and which essentially makes the use of their solution, just not possible in practice, in real life. And I'm going to tell a little bit about my background here. So I'm indeed a specially appointed professor, which is something quite common in the Netherlands. It's a way of kind of connecting academia and industry. So I am a professor part-time, I would say, and then at the other part of my time, I work as a consultant as a data scientist. And what I see a lot is a lot of people that are like overhyped, overexcited about the promise of AI, but then at the end of the day, you don't actually have a functional solution. I don't know if you've seen this study. It got out, I think, not so long ago, last year. And I was quite surprised that it didn't kind of resonate with more people around me. There was this quite interesting review of a number of studies that try to help with the detection of COVID-19 based on X-ray data. And what these reviewers saw is that none of the studies that they analyzed have actual clinical use because of some flaw in terms of methodology, or just kind of not considering the practicalities of how their method will be used in practice by health professionals. And to me, this really illustrates something that I see a lot when I work with companies, but also with public organizations, is that we have so many constraints that will make an AI solution or AI-driven solution functional, that sometimes we kind of just say, yeah, okay, it doesn't matter, I'm just gonna publish my paper. Or if you're a business owner or someone who's involved with the business, you would say, like my objective isn't necessarily always aligned with functionality. And this is what I call AI saviorism, in the sense that we are going to kind of have a goal that's not necessarily linked to a functionality of our solution. And we really need to kind of, do something about this. So my personal motivation is that, as I just mentioned, when you're in an AI environment, while you're in a company, you often have so many people around me telling me, you're maybe not ambitious enough, we can do more with this, and we can, scale our AI, and yeah, all sorts of things. I'm sure many of you have experience with that. And I think this is kind of a nice summary of my feelings when that happens. It's difficult to embed something in a company or in a business or in a public organization when you don't look at the context in which it's going to be deployed. And this is hard work. It's hard work to look at the constraints, to think about limitations of data, to think about your users, to involve stakeholders. And I think that a lot of data scientists, but also the young data scientists that we are training at the universities, not only they don't get exposed to these constraints, but to them it's like it's not academic enough, it's not interesting enough. But to me, this is really what's going to make or break your solution, whether it's going to make it functional or not. So we really need to change the conversation there and make people realize that this isn't kind of an option, right? We kind of have to develop functional solutions. So what is a functional solution? What is a useful solution? I think it's kind of hard to define because we all come from different backgrounds. We all have different goals. It's also domain dependent. So if you're in human resources, for example, it will be something to do with maybe automating an HR process. If you're in healthcare, you'll just want to maybe have a tool that is accurate enough to assist a health professional in their diagnosis. It's also stakeholder dependent. Sometimes in many companies I've worked with, they're more interested in the journey, right, of introducing AI. They don't really care about the functionality. And that can really kind of bring very bad surprises at the end. And sometimes these so-called AI systems, which are mainly sometimes, just trained machine learning models, they're actually used not for the predictions, but just for data extraction. So I think it's probably easier to talk about what is a bad AI rather than what's a good AI. And there's this interesting paper that came out a few weeks ago that proposes a failure taxonomy. So I encourage you to read the paper and look at some of the horror stories that they describe. I won't have time to go into them in detail, but I'm going to give a couple of examples about these failures in AI. So we talked about this a lot today, the tax benefit scandal in the Netherlands. We had a government kind of resign over this. For me, so the task was to try and detect who's going to be a fraudulent recipient of welfare allocations. For me, this is part of like an impossible task in the sense that we shouldn't try and predict people's behavior using data that we think is going to capture whether they're going to be honest with the tax office or not. That's my opinion, but I really think that it applies to many domains where we're trying to kind of, use machine learning to decide whether we're going to allocate a resource to someone or not. We also seen this example earlier, but I'm going to skip it. This is an interesting one. I'm sure you've heard about the Amazon recruitment sexist tool. This is a typical deployment failure. I'm sure they've tested a lot of scenarios, but once the tool was out in the wild, it kind of was a different story, and they ended up discriminating against women. And communication failure comes from my own personal experience. I'm trying to kind of wrap up my ideas in a paper around this, so please do reach out if you have some horror stories to share later on. So a common setting, as I mentioned earlier, is you're a data scientist, lead data scientist, and you have this overestimation of what you can do with the data, and someone in the organization is going to overpromise the decision makers what can be done with AI. And at the end, you kind of end up delivering a suboptimal solution because you're just trying to deliver something, but you're not delivering something functional. And that has to do with this, power struggle that exists in many organizations about, that there is kind of a misalignment between what the business needs and what a scientist needs to develop a functional AI. And sometimes these are just simply not compatible. So I don't have much time left, so I'm going to skip this, but my point here was that they have a lot of responsible AI efforts, and my lab is contributing to those. I'm sure you've heard about explainable AI, FARI, debiasing algorithms, a lot of ethical guidelines available, a lot of things that people are trying to introduce in data science teams, development teams to kind of try and really focus on making AI better. But in my opinion, all of these are really based on kind of avoiding bias and discrimination. They don't really tackle functionality. So we're all assuming that AI is always going to be useful. We're all assuming that when we have a data set or a bunch of data sets, by design, they're going to contain information or a signal that's going to be interesting enough for us to make a decision. And I think that's just simply not true all the time. So how did we get here? As I said, overhyped. This is one of, I like to collect pictures that I think are like ridiculously trying to portray what AI is. So I don't know why you would want to touch a robot's hand through a screen that looks like a dashboard, but this is from the European website about the AI Act. So I think that, we kind of have things to talk about. This is another one. Like, why would you have a robot that has to touch a screen? It just doesn't make sense. What this means to me is just simply we don't actually understand what AI is. But yet we have a lot of people that don't understand it, that make decisions about it. So I'm just going to tell you what I think we should do to move forward. Mobilize, encourage, embrace. So the story briefly is, we just need to make these problems that people think are not interesting more interesting. For example, acquiring data that's of good quality. This is something that not a lot of folks work on in organizations like in universities or in research labs in general. We can try and make them more appealing maybe to students, but also kind of appeal to the more societal impact of having better data. encouraging people to kind of work on these problems while involving stakeholders. This shouldn't be an afterthought, and really normalize this direct communication that needs to happen if you really want to solve a problem that's not in your domain. So typically the folks that worked on COVID-19 detection, they didn't involve health professionals or radiologists, so people actually have knowledge about that type of data. And at the end, your tool is just simply not helpful. It's just not working. Nobody will ever use it. Now you may ask, what can I do? So depending on where you stand in this, I don't know, I think it's supposed to be a spectrum of influence, of things that we can do in, in different places, in different, depending on our background. I think some of the most basic things we can do is raise awareness. I think this conference is doing a great job at bringing people from very different backgrounds and cultures and places in the world together. It starts here, right? Just really trying to be attentive to this problem of AI functionality. You can provide use cases if you feel like, you have interesting problems to solve, and you can reach out to scholars, you can reach out to students. You can also monitor AI applications. If you work in a company, it will be interesting to kind of try and, try and figure out, like, we developed an AI, it's in deployment, how useful is it? And I think that you'll be surprised in how many cases people deploy things that actually don't have a monitoring strategy. We can conduct internal audits. I know this is a difficult one, but these are things that, you can plant the seed of this idea that we need to audit our work regularly, drive stakeholder-centered R&D. So as I said, this should be the norm. It shouldn't be the exception. And of course, for those of us who are more, I would say, into the policy and regulations, I think being part of that is also a way of kind of, bridging the AI community, like those of us who are only interested in developing algorithms, and those of us who actually understand how these regulations are put together and how they're going to influence our work. That was it for me. Thanks, and I'm happy to discuss this further with you later at the panel. Thank you.
Thanks, Hinda. I will remember what you said. It's here where it starts. So for everybody in the audience, keep your questions ready for the panel discussion. So the last speaker, I'd like to ask Benjamin Pedon to come to the stage. Benjamin is the Executive Director AI for Humanity at MILA, Quebec, at the Artificial Intelligence Institute. He leads the applied AI branch of this Deep Learning Institute, which is very well known for the work they're doing. And Benjamin is also a lawyer who has worked for various law firms and the Canadian government. So Benjamin, please come to the stage and tell us your story.
Thank you. I will start by saying that as much I love FARI, and I'm deeply grateful that you've invited us to be here in person. That was not the title that I chose, which I think could sound slightly presumptuous. Instead, what I chose as a title was just to speak to you about the experience of AI for humanity at MILA, and most importantly, try and focus on the challenges we've met, some of the successes we've had, but most importantly, perhaps some of the lesson learned that hopefully we're carrying forward. So I will briefly introduce you to MILA as a research institute, then perhaps even more briefly within my department, AI for Humanity, and showcase some of the examples that we've been working on, but I'll try to focus on some of the things that have been more challenging and what we've learned out of them. So briefly, MILA is a community of over 1,000 people. As you can see there, it's approximately 900 researchers, professors, postdocs, PhD, and master students, as well as about now, and this is already outdated, but about 100 people that we call staff. The decision to call it staff is on purpose. We're trying to avoid hierarchy when it's not necessary. So there's everybody there is related there. So the support staff for the research are applied scientists, experts that are quote unquote in-house, the senior management, et cetera. And we've got about 100 partners. So that makes us the largest academic research lab in deep learning in the world. And The reason why there's the picture of Professor Yoshua Bengio is because a lot of people don't know necessarily Mila, but most of you might know Yoshua Bengio, who was one of the world's pioneering experts in deep learning and won the Turing Award. And the reason why that is very important is because leadership does color your organization. And Yoshua and Professor Bengio's, of course, has a deep interest in deep learning and continues deepening his research. But most importantly, he's established a mission of Mila to be a global pool for scientific advances that inspire innovation, but also for the progress of AI for the benefit of all. And that is really core to our mission. And now I'm going to try to figure out how this works and get it. And so the Department of AI for Humanity really has 3 different streams of work. The first one is applied projects. I put it in quote, I despise the use of AI for good. I think there's a lot that's unsaid there and needs to be unpacked. And I also think that it's curious that we don't talk about good AI for good. So you could have all the applications you want that might be working for climate, might be working for health. But as Hinda brilliantly pointed out in her presentation, to the extent they're not well thought of and engaged and functional, they're really useless, and perhaps we should talk about that too. But more positively, the work that we're trying to do is in a way showcase and have use cases that are good AI for good, thoughtful, engaging, and ethical. We have a second stream of work that's in ethics of AI, and really that is more focused on trying to operationalize some of the principles that are consensual but very high level into ways of coding and ways of thinking AI applications. And the third one is public policy and learning, and that has really kind of 2 sets, if you will, of substreams. The first one is working on inclusive governance and regulation, both at national and international levels. And the second one is upskilling in AI literacy, so building workshops really to upskill and as some presentators talked about, help bringing more people into the conversation. So very briefly, I'm going to talk to you about 3 examples, but we have, so our main domains are AI in climate and sustainability, AI in health, and AI in human rights. I'm going to give you 3 examples as part of a larger portfolio that we have. The first one is called Biasly, and it's basically trying to build a model that would detect misogynistic biases in written texts, whether those texts are generated by machines or humans. But most importantly, it's about creating a data set that's unbiased. And so one of the work that we've started to, in a way, get to when we started that project is that from an ML perspective, it's not that hard, provided that you have good data. And now the problem is try to find that good data open source that isn't biased itself. So that's the first project that we're doing, and hopefully we will be in a position to humbly publish that data set open source for other people to work on bias detection algorithms. The project Infrared, which is an AI system, so it's a series of algorithms to identify organized criminal activity. So in a way to disrupt human trafficking supply chain, if I can say like this. And here the idea is not to replace the work of analysis of potential criminal activity, but rather to scrape in real time the internet to make sure that we are able to identify potential activity and then transfer that information to humans so that we can kind of focus the investigative parts and resources. The third one is called AIMS, AI Against Modern Slavery, and it's trying to use machine learning to automate the analysis of statements that businesses produce under National Modern Slavery Act. So in a nutshell, Australia and the UK so far, Canada's looking at one, has launched or have enacted modern slavery acts asking corporations to disclose the use of modern slavery in their supply chain without strong format requirements. And so what that means is you have a huge quantity of probably very important information and really no way and no human power to analyze it. And so we're trying to see whether machine learning could help create or increase accountability. And for those of you who have questions in that regard, Adriana Bora, who's the project lead, is with us today. We also have projects in AI governance. So 2 examples are, and I'm going to quickly go over those because I really want to get to the lessons learned. The first one is a UNESCO MILA publication on inclusive governance, where we've tried to bring together very famous academics who have thoughts on AI policy, the likes of Professor Benjo, Kate Crawford, and Joy Buhalamwini, but also members of the civil society and members of the industry as well on different topics like fostering AI for good ecosystems and fairness in industry, indigenous governance and AI. And here the hope is for really for a publication that's fairly accessible in language so that people are able to engage with it. The second one is we'll soon be publishing a white paper with UN Habitat on the use of responsible AI in cities and settlements. So it's called Risks, Applications, and Governance. And really here it's a review of promising applications in relevant fields, but also based on their functionality and whether they could actually be deployed. A risk taxonomy, so really looking at all the risks that you should ask, but it's one risk, one page with questions, so something very operationalizable for cities to actually take and integrate, and recommendations on AI strategy. And in a way, the way that I would summarize that paper is context is everything. And so you really need to be anchoring your AI systems and your research within the context where it operates. So I have 4 lessons learned, and the reason why I did that is because when I started in January 2020 at MILA, I am a lawyer by training in human rights and advise in policy at the national level, and was given that task, which is not far from the ambitious mission of FARI, to really join research, civil society and industry in a way that kind of dynamizes the ecosystem, but also in a way that fosters responsible AI. And that's a mammoth task, I came to realize, because really those are such different professional DNAs, if you will. So you really need to be thoughtful about how you bring them together. And quite frankly, these lessons, that is 3 years later, but they didn't come to me this way. They came to me via challenges. They came to me via failures, but hopefully they can serve as a pathway to open a conversation about how those things are going into your respective organizations. The first one is organizational culture and structure is key, and don't rush it. And so we kind of think about, how do I build this connection? And we just think, bring in more money and put in more scholars and let's just talk to each other. I don't think that's going to work. I think instead the risk or the key to it is actually thinking, first, building from your strengths and values and consult within your organization. Staff and students matter. They have ideas. You should think about them. Second, sometimes you don't need more knowledge. So I of course, think research is extraordinarily important, but you need people to bridge some of those gaps. You need people who can talk to civil society. And professors are usually appreciative of that because it allows them to do what they do best. It's their research, and have people supporting that research and having it live outside the labs. The third one is create organizational feedback loops. There's a reason why the team is structured both around ethics of AI, governance, and applied AI, is because you actually learn about those. And if your applied AI don't have a team of people who's looking at whether it's responsible and ethical, and whether it's responsive to policies and regulation, then perhaps it's going to come and bite you later. The second one is interdisciplinary work. That's something that's extraordinarily important at MILA. And the reason I say that is you can build an institute, of course, that has different professors in different disciplines. But the way that we come to think about it and hopefully encourage is actually having those disciplines mobilized within the same project. And the danger that you want to avoid here is having a team of deep learning experts think about a topic that is not theirs. And you really want to provide that full visibility over a specific problem. But that comes with its challenges too. So there's an author, Violaine Lemay, that I love, that talks about it, interdisciplinarity as interculturality. And I think you need to think about that as you're putting on interdisciplinary teams. There'll be translation work, there'll be conflicts, both disciplinary and personal, and there'll be a need for mediation. It's lengthier, but I think it's important. The third one is be intentional on matters of equity, diversity, and inclusion. It's not going to happen by itself. So representation matters, of course. If you've got 5 men working on a bias application, you've got a problem. But that's not enough. Representation in an AI system goes far beyond. Take the data quality and annotation seriously. Sometimes we outsource to mechanical Turks. Sometimes that's fine. Sometimes you actually need experts. So in our Biasly project, if you want to debias data sets, you need people that understand what a misogynistic bias is. And you need those people to actually conduct the annotation, because otherwise you're going to bias your whole system and its results. Have external collaboration protocols and funding. So not only should you include, in our case of human trafficking, not only should you be including survivors of human trafficking, but you should actually give them a voice within your project and remunerate them. In a way, the message you're sending there is that their expertise might be different, but it's as important and valuable in the building of your system. And there I've put a reference to Design Justice by Sasha Konstanza-Chuk. The third one is, in a similar manner, but more internally, recognize and remunerate your students. So academia is an extraordinarily performant space, but sometimes it's harder to have those conversations around hierarchies and who gets to have their names where, and who gets to be paid. So I think that that's something that should always be top of mind when we integrate this into applied work. And the last part, and perhaps it's the most important, is you need to accept that working seriously in equity, diversity, inclusion takes more time and it takes more money. And I highlight it because very often that gets to kind of a breaking point where people are like, of course I'd love to include these people, but it's going to take time and they don't really know the system and I'm going to need to explain it. And the easy answer is, yes, you're going to need to do all that, and that's the right thing to do. And that, I think, needs kind of leadership and really kind of setting your foot and saying, that's the way to go, and it's lengthier. First, it's the right thing to do. Second, it's also, in a way, if you want to think about it in operations, it's also diminishing the risks you're taking, because those people actually bring different lens to the work and might avoid biased systems and liability down the road. And the fourth one is to avoid techno-solutionist. So I wrote be humble. So start by defining the problem with domain experts and communities. So very often we're kind of very excited about the promise of deep learning and realize that, in fact, AI is not the solution. There already is an existing solution. It's doing the job well, and there's no need to reinvent the wheel. Or reinventing the wheel sounds great in a journal publication, but might be kind of completely dysfunctional if you're thinking about bringing an AI into remote settlement in certain parts of the world where there's no broadband. Your AI solution might be great, you're never going to be able to deploy it. And the last thing is don't duplicate efforts. There's amazing organizations, we're seeing them all here today, or a lot of them, that are doing great work. And so take the time at the beginning of a project to just look around and see whether somebody's already doing the work, and instead shed visibility on that work and partner up with them. So for those of you who'd like to contact me, here it is. And I look forward to engaging and receiving your questions. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Benjamin, for this very interesting talk also. So now we go to the next stage of this session, where I'm going to invite 2 local representatives, one for Brussels, one for Belgium, as far as I understood it, who are going to give a bit their perspective on what has just been discussed. Each has like between 2 to 5 minutes to give their vision. And I'd like to ask Mark van den Bossen to come to the stand here. He's the Deputy Senior General Manager, Adjunct Director by CIBG. He's a senior and very dedicated IT manager with more than 30 years of experience in managing the full spectrum of ICT programs and services. He's able to transform the ICT function into solutions provider and trusted ally of the ICT stakeholders here in Brussels. So Mark, welcome, and your floor is yours.
Thank you for this complicated and very long introduction, Stefan. Well, I learned a lot the past hour, and I'm not going to talk about technology or functionality. I'm not a technologist. But what could AI mean for Brussels? Because Brussels is doing something with AI. This is a full house, so we're doing something. But are we doing it for Brussels? for the Brussels region, the 19 municipalities and the region, or the ecosystem of the citizens, the local companies, the communities? Well, I think that the biggest challenge for AI in Brussels, and maybe we can turn the challenge into an opportunity, is using AI as an opportunity for structuring the IT governance and the data governance in the Brussels capital region. Yes, we are doing already a few things. Last year, the government took a few decisions, important decisions, on structuring ICT dependencies. So there is a regional IT governance just starting up. It has to be improved, it has to be strengthened, because all what I learned here was take care of your governance. Do we have a data governance? Well, we're just working on it. And we're putting in place the data platform. But I'm convinced that AI can be an opportunity for us as the Brussels Regional's IT company to strengthen the governance, to gain efficiency, and to use AI for good for everybody, for the citizens, the visitors, and the companies. So thank you, AI, for being here on the right moment and to help us to create an efficient governance for the IT in the Brussels region.
As our second local speaker, I would like to invite Saskia van Nuffelen to come to the stand. Saskia has spent over 25 years working in ICT and telecom business. She was also appointed as digital champion to represent Belgium at the European Commission there. In 2011, Data News actually also crowned her as ICT Woman of the Year. So please, Saskia, I'd love to hear your vision on what has been discussed so far.
Seems a little bit of competition, but Mark, I will vote for president for you, so that's already one. No, a little bit of reflections. And the role of digital champion came from the beginning of the digital agenda in Europe, where we had the first commissioner, which was a lady, Nelly Kroes, for the ones who are Dutch. And she didn't understand very well, like all of us, what digital really meant. And so she said to her boss, let's take a kind of a local single point of contact in each of the member states to help me to better understand what is happening. And this created for the community of digital champions a great opportunity, but is also a lesson which I wanted to share with you and which I've heard from the different speakers. In my role of as digital champion, as well for the local federal government as for the Commission, I didn't do anything. I didn't start at anything, I didn't create anything. The only thing I've done is linking the dots. And I think for each city or for each municipality or for each organization which tries really to use the technology to make a better world for our children, our grandchildren, I use 4 principles. The first one is, let's collaborate. Now, in these days, where people are more fighting in a black and white, I know it better because you said the researcher, and the other one says I'm a sales and I'm a minister and I'm whatever. Collaboration is more than important. 2 words which I always use is appreciative understanding. I do appreciate that you think different. I'm not necessarily agreeing, but at least I'm listening to your other point of view. And isn't that bringing diversity? And isn't that bringing innovation? And isn't that bringing a lot of elements to the table? In Belgium, we have created, and Nathaniel is still here because he's the one who really did the hard work, AI for Belgium. It's an ecosystem. It is not reinventing out of Brussels or out of the regions, and then in Belgium we have federal, regional, principal, community, municipality, and so let's link the dots. Everything in this context is working around AI. Do not recreate what exists. I think we don't have any additional money anymore in our countries, unless we print monopoly money, but maybe in AI that has value. But let's reuse the research we've done. I come from the industry. I must admit I'm a little bit frustrated that every access to funding has the same 3 principles. You have to research something, you have to recreate something new, and you have to stop the project because you have to go for the next funding. So you have to research something, you have to recreate something new. Can't we start building on what we have already researched, share it, international, local, regional, between the different cities, and make it a scalable size? And I saw some good initiatives on global and international sharing, certainly on that one. And the 4th principle is communicate success. Please foresee in whatever you do a budget for positive communication. Yes, we have the hurdle of social media not helping, because social media is helping to communicate the not so good aspects of AI. I just came out of a meeting this afternoon where we did it with cameras. I think in Spain, the picture was shown with drones. And the application was analyzed by, the POC was analyzed by being very bad because there was a Zodiac on wheels, which was not recognized by the AI. Now, although we can argue if that's really a way of analyzing the performance of a POC, but there is a lot of misunderstanding and there is a lot of lack of knowledge. And that's the point I wanted to make out. I've heard it also here. Policymakers are nominated because they have won elections, in sometimes when it's the government, or because they have already been at a certain moment in time. But they're not necessarily the best capable people knowing what you know as an AI community. Every job, and I'm also heading up Agoria, the Be the Change program, where we have done a full study on what are the jobs of today, what are the competencies we need for today, for every sector, for every function, for every technology, what will be the functions, the roles in 2030, what are the competencies we need, and we need to learn them to learn. We need to go with AI for dummies, even to all policymakers, because otherwise they will decide with lack of knowledge, maybe on things that for the good of the society will not bring the necessary elements. And the last point I wanted to add is the last slides of Benjamin, organization culture. AI is something which you can't grab. It is a technology, but there are easier technologies. You move to the cloud, it's moved to the cloud. You put some hardware system, the hardware system. AI is a little bit a virus. You can compare it with a virus, by the way. That's how the technology works. So it requires different skills also in your team. It requires a different culture. I think, Mark, we were also discussing, our teams are not necessarily ready to collaborate in a multidisciplinary way, although, ladies and gentlemen, that the #1 future skill, as well for digital as for green, is multidisciplinary collaboration. So if you do not have those competences in your team, you will not be capable of making the transition. You will not be capable of getting everything which the technology can do in your real solution. But if you can, and if you are capable of sharing it and scaling it like you are doing today, I think I'm looking for a great future.
Can I ask all speakers to come to the floor here and take a seat, please? I'm quickly going to check our time. Okay. So thank you all for your attention. I would like to maybe ask for a round of applause for our speakers first. And I will do it slightly different than what Anne did. So I will maybe start with one general question for all the panel members, and then I would like to go immediately to the questions in the room. So those of you who want to ask something, prepare yourself, and then somebody will pick you out of the room and give you the mic and let you ask your question. So maybe one general question, because we are here also to celebrate the start of the FARI Institute and the connection to Brussels. And FARI collects research with many backgrounds and disciplines and so forth, with the idea that we are going to collaborate with the Brussels region on public sector questions. Me as a scientist, I would like to ask you, what is your first advice you would give either to the Brussels region or you would give to the researchers that actually have to interact with Brussels to actually make this story a success? So I don't know who wants to start. Maybe Stefan, you can start first and we go down the line. You took the wrong seat, Stefan.
That's an easy question. And I think I want to piggyback on what several were mentioning
The mic isn't.
Is that success ultimately is not just about was it ethical, but also did it fulfill a function, right? And I think we quite often forget that we really need to focus on what is fit for purpose, right? And then the question is, of course, how do we define purpose? And how do we set a common purpose that we then collaboratively can move on? And so my recommendation would be to really spend a sufficient amount of time on developing a set of purposes that can be met through FARI, including, of course, purposes that AI can achieve, and do so in an innovative way, so that it also is seen as this is not just something that the VUB or ULB came up with, but that was actually carried by the community at last. And I think we really need, as a society, really innovate in how we develop purposes and questions. As you know, I have a whole project on developing a new science of questioning, but I think that would be probably one of the areas that you may want to focus on.
Thanks, Stefan.
Thanks. That's a great question. So the way we've done it with the Civic AI Lab in Amsterdam is that we really involved stakeholders from the start, and we tried to make sure that all the research streams that we were putting together were solving practical and sometimes not always research-focused type of issues. And then it was our job to kind of make it an interesting research question, as you know, for the academic world, I would say, because we're still in a research lab. And I think that was kind of unheard of in our kind of ecosystem. And in the beginning, people were saying like, you're crazy. And now they're like, oh, this actually works really well. And we see you're being successful. So I think that would be my advice.
Thanks, Ina.
I was going to go for something very similar around, which I think that FARI is already doing quite well around civic engagement. So I'm going to go for something else, but I did want to highlight the work and the space that there is there. Then I would say, based on the experience we've had at Mila, I mean, without forcing anyone, but kind of insist on interdisciplinary work. And when I say that, I don't mean having people from different disciplines in the same institute, but I mean having people from different disciplines in the same institute work together. It's really hard, sometimes quite unmotivating, but then when it works out, the results are just tremendous. And I think it avoids a lot of the pitfalls that otherwise, as a community, we tend to kind of isolate ourselves and focus on certain points that we're technical experts in, and forget that there's a lot more that plays into building AI systems.
Thank you, Benjamin.
Yeah, so totally agree with the colleagues. And I would add, not reinvent the wheel. So I kind of already mentioned it in my presentation, but I think, and one thing that I really like about this conference is that we are not in the situation of like, oh, we're new with AI, all these bad applications, what are we gonna do? No, we have been dealing with it for a long time now. We have come up with these principles and everything, and we have done work for like governance and advancing how to regulate it. And as I said in my presentation, we don't have the regulatory framework, but we can collaborate among different stakeholders or countries or cities. So I would make the most of not reinventing the wheel and making the most of what has been done already and building on from that and taking it from there. So yeah.
Thank you, Paula.
Well, Stefan, that was a rather tricky question you just asked. Well, in fact, we are very glad to have FARI to have those initiatives in our Brussels institutions, but like I said, the real challenge, and what Saskia also said, is to have that reactivity between all the institutions, between the local authorities, between the region, because if we are starting with 19 municipalities, each of them doing the same work they will do in Barcelona, it will be a lot of energy that we will lose. In fact, a lot of things were already invented, That's nice for inventors to invent things, but I prefer maybe that we can have a copy and to adapt, just reuse and afterwards adapt.
Thank you, Mark.
No, but I'm a very practical lady. I would just create a hackathon and give that to the community of Brussels as a subject with some rules and guidelines. For example, base yourself on what has already been done. You give them some guidelines and you let them work for a few hours and you will get 3 brilliant answers.
Thank you very much, Saskia. So I'm going to the room now. Is there anybody who already wants to ask a question? Over there on the right, behind the pillar. Do you have the microphone or? So over there and over there.
You want a mic?
Hello. Hi.
There's somebody with a mic over there, I think, no? Sorry. Go ahead. Ask your question.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity. Something I would like to ask you is, as far as I remember, nobody in the conference has defined what is their understanding of AI and what is their understanding of common good. So I have the feeling that we are talking about this as if we all had the same background and the same thing for the two concepts. And I would like just to ask of each of you to quickly define what you understand by AI and common good so that we get an idea if you are all talking about the same thing. Thank you.
Okay, that's a tough question, or not? Who wants to start? that way?
No, for me, no. I didn't present anything. However, what I understand is how can I use technology as such is not a goal. AI is not a goal. How can I use technology like AI, but it can be blockchain or it can be whatever, for the best of the society? So how can I really help some challenges, and we have a lot of them in our society today, by using the technology in a correct way?
Maybe I wanted to add something at that. In Brussels, we developed a platform for organizing the aid for the Ukrainian refugees. And so there was a little bit of algorithm inside for mapping the offers and the demands. But the 19 municipalities they felt a bit awkward about it because it was not them who were deciding to allocate a house to the family. They wanted to do it, it was a computer who did it for them. So in fact, the technology was not important, that's what Saskia said, and I agree. But what is even important is to gain confidence of, in fact, the users, and here it was the agents of the municipalities, to have confidence in the algorithm and in the artificial intelligence. I think that's also a big challenge for the future.
I can take this one, yeah. So for Barcelona, I don't know if you have looked at the cover of our AI strategy, but we don't actually, so we call it the algorithms and data strategy for an ethical development of AI, because we focus more on the applications that algorithms can have, not so much on like the technical difficulty that the system has. So I don't care if it includes deep learning, machine learning. I'm not like a techie person myself. I come from the political science background. So we focus on the application that it has. And for instance, just to give you an example, the regional government implemented an algorithm that I talked about in prisons, and it was a statistical model. It didn't involve machine learning or anything, but it had an effect on people because it was producing a recommendation whether that person should or not be released. So for us, that's also subject to our ethical AI principles, even if it's not strictly AI. And I'm sure like scientists and technologists in the room would criticize me for that. But I think when you deal with this kind of models or technologies or statistics from the public sector, you need to give an explanation of what happens. You need to be transparent, and even if it doesn't include this more advanced techniques, they need to be taken into account. And what we understand as common good is this general framework of technological humanism, so making sure that technology fits the purpose of increasing the welfare of people, of not harming them, of aligning with the principles, and I think these ethical principles define what the common good is. But I will also add, and following up of what was said in the previous conversation, aligning with the Sustainable Development Goals, with the missions that are cities oriented too, so like fostering a more resilient urban space, fostering better mobility services that are green, etc. So aligning not just with like the restrictive part of like ethical principles, but also putting it at the service of the common goals that we have, so to make sure that we don't go to catastrophe or disaster, and yeah.
That's a great question. I think it's a $1 million question, actually. So I think the first thing, the reason why I think it's a great question is because I think there's actually no legitimate answer as we stand now, and I think that should be the purpose of a lot of research, but also civic engagement. And I touched upon it very briefly in my presentation, but I think that's a problem. Because depending on which organization you work in, depending on really who you are as a leader and where you want to position yourself, for good can have a million definitions. So for me, the few key points, kind of, reflecting on my experience, having been given that department to build, I had to come up with some sort of definition for myself and for my team. So the first thing is, I think that we should talk about good AI for good, or responsible AI for good. I think there can be no AI for good unless it's responsible. So responsible AI can be in all sorts of domains. It could be, your algorithm should be responsible, even though you're screening algorithm applications for a bank, or whether you're thinking about, food supply chains, or climate-related issues. So the first thing to me is it doesn't alleviate the need to talk and think about responsible AI when you're doing what we call AI for good. And the second, the way that I've come to resolve it for myself and for our organization, the for good part, is I think you need to rely on legitimate entities. And so for me, working in climate and sustainability should be anchored in whether it's national or international policies and set of expertise. So you could think of the UN, you could think of national governments and policies, to really anchor it in a way into democracy, because otherwise I think that many industry players are doing very valuable work, but they're doing work on their own terms and on their own definitions, and I think that can be dangerous, and I think that can kind of sever pathways of work or directions that we should be taking.
Yes, okay, great. So the way we define it in my lab and the way I also think about it, I feel like, to me, AI for common good, AI for social good, has to do with equality of opportunity and trying to fight inequalities in our societies. And what we see, with all these war stories about AI and how it actually fails in many domains, we'd like to kind of turn that conversation into hearing more and more stories about how AI is actually helping communities that are marginalized, how it's opening up education to folks, around the world, how it's going to connect us as human beings, and to kind of, look at those populations that are marginalized for whatever reason across the world and see like, how can AI technology help? And so that's one aspect, and the other aspect is for the algorithms that are already being deployed and we know can cause harm, how can we tackle that? And I think that we might have kind of a unique stance in a way that in our lab, we're not shy to say, sometimes we're just going to say, don't build that. And that is something that I feel like we don't hear enough. As an AI scientist, as someone who actually builds algorithm for a living, sometimes I'll just go and say, you know what, I don't think this is an application where you should be automating the decision-making process with a machine learning algorithm. I really don't think you should do that. And I think that that's kind of how I see, these kind of two aspects in defining AI for common good.
Yeah, it's a tough question, as you can see, and happily I'm the last, so I had some time to think about it. But I think the reason why, anyway, we at GovLab became interested in AI is because we are interested, and actually it is similar to, I think, what Mark says, is that it gives you an opportunity to actually integrated in a broader exploration. And the broader exploration is really about how do you actually establish intelligence or insight that then informs or leads to action and decisions, right? And that's really the interesting exploration on how do you do this. And AI, of course, is a means to do it, but there are other means as well. And so it needs to be really an exploration about how do you actually establish intelligence or insight that steers action, whether it's automated or not, and decisions. And so that means that we have to start thinking about, first of all, anyway, what's the question that generates the insight and who even defines that question? And then, of course, how do you come to the insight, whether it's anyway through logic or other means as well, and what are then the elements that comes into play? And so I think that's really, I think what the discussion about AI can do, which is having a broader discussion about knowledge creation, insight, and decisions, and so on. And then as it relates to common, yeah, I mean, we could anyway spend the whole conference on trying to come up with a definition. I think everyone will have a particular kind of a definition, but I want to piggyback upon what was said here. It's really about equality of opportunity. And because what we don't want is common being the majority anyway, making sure that the majority benefits. It's really making sure that everyone anyway has an equal opportunity to benefit, which means that you then quite often has to focus on indeed those that are marginalized, which are not in the majority, and quite often would lack out if we would assume that the common good implies the majority, right? And I think that's how we really have to start thinking about it.
Thank you all for your very nice answers. I will go to the next question here at the bottom. Can you say your name and who you are and then ask your question?
Yeah. My name is Andy Vermoot. I'm from the World Council for Public Diplomacy and Community Dialogue. And last week I attended an online meeting regarding the fight against child pornography and things like this. This was from Europol, and Philip Amman from Europol, he said to me that more than 800,000 URLs are sent from the United States to their services every year with child pornography. And they cannot solve these issues because they have too many cases. They don't have the means to solve this. So I think AI can be very useful to help to solve these questions, because every country has its own system. They have to give it to the countries, but they don't know which country they have to give it because it's so much URLs that they're receiving every year. So another thing was, I'm just reading this book, and this is a book from Jeff Vermassen on murderers. Or people, everybody could be a murderer, he says in this book. And at the end, you see in this book that there are predictions, that it's possible to predict that people could kill somebody and when they will kill somebody. Because these people, there is a sort of science that people are things. So AI could also be used to predict if somebody could be a murderer or something. So I'm asking, you were from the Mila, director for Mila, Benjamin Prudhomme, because you were using this in Canada, you were using already for trafficking in human beings, a sort of model. I wanted to know more about this model.
Thank you for your question. I've got a lot of thoughts on that. The first one, so I'm going to take them separately because really there's a question around identifying potential cases, and then there's a question around predicting, predicting who's going to be a murderer. The first part is, so let me start with the human trafficking. You've asked a question about the human trafficking. So what we do is we do not replace, we don't do prediction, or we do not replace human resources. What we do in very briefly is there's a set of algorithms that work together in that AI system to identify potential cases of criminalized activity. What that means is there's a few things we don't do. The first thing is we do not identify victims. We identify potential criminal activity. The second thing is we identify, and I insist on potential, which means that really what we do is kind of a first screening. What we're trying to do is in a way be responsive to the fact that the internet has allowed a proliferation to a pace that is impossible to follow for human beings. So in a way, kind of a first scraping at many data points. So what that means is our algorithm looks at certain escort websites and checks whether there's a few data points or points that connect that could lead us to think that there's criminal activity. So the likes of if there's 1 million announces, but there's 27 announces in those millions that are in the same bedroom with the same color of the sheet and the same wall with different people, well, that's an indicator that you should be aware of. And that's something that as a human eye, you're not gonna catch if there's 27 over like 27 days of work, but the algorithm will. Things like similar mistakes in text that might lead you to think that the person writing the text is actually not the person putting up the announcement, and so on. And so I'm imagining that you could do something similar. You could be inspired by those algorithms, and the code is open source, so it's available for free. The devil is in the detail. So I would stop at just saying that First, I actually don't know much about that specific, the specific issue of child pornography and whether that would apply there. And second, I would say I would go with caution, and I would make sure that humans stay in the loop, and that experts that are outside AI stay in the loop as well. On the second part for predicting murderers, I mean, I'd be curious to read the book. My instinctive answers is do not go there. I'm already seeing the demographics that algorithm will come out of. And I think it's gonna be brutal. I think it's gonna be unequitable. And I mean, as much as I appreciate, of course, our desire to use AI in criminal justice and perhaps even for predictive measures, I just wanna kind of remind ourselves of how drastic it is to be considered a murderer, even when you actually committed the crime, but then as a potential murderer and the restrictions that would come with it, what happens if you're not that murderer, and how much of those equal opportunities are being stripped away from you. And I'm quite certain that we don't have the technical capacity now to remove bias from those predictions. And so I think that the people you're going to be looked at are going to be women, they're going to be racialized, and they're just going to perpetrate inequalities and play into society and kind of perform and re-perform those stereotypes. So I haven't studied it, but I would stay away from it.
I think Hinda and Saskia want to pick in on that question. So maybe first Hinda and then Saskia.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, very quickly on the second part of your question that I find fascinating. I definitely agree with you that we shouldn't go there. But what I would advise to do is to be very skeptical every time someone makes the statement that we can predict human behavior. We've seen this fail time and time again. And as you said, when we make mistakes, we're always going to make mistakes against people that are from minorities, people that are essentially underrepresented in our data. This has been documented, studied, we have models around it. So this is kind of a vast topic that it's, quite well developed in our field. The second thing I wanted to add is when someone makes comments like that, what I would ask is, when does your model fail? Who owns the failure? Is there a safe fail mode? How did you test it? And typically when you ask those questions, you don't get a lot of feedback, you don't get a lot of kind of, very rigorous answers back, and that has to tell you everything you need to know about this.
Saskia.
Maybe one point on the child pornography, because this is not new. We already know that for more than 10 years, before AI was still a subject. And there it's a question also, we said at a certain moment, you need to adapt the legal aspects to technology, but also to the process in a country. I don't know from which country you are, but we have in Belgium an entity called Child Focus. But it means that the official government should delegate the authority not to decide, but just do a pre-selection, just do what you are saying to Child Focus. And that is a European recommendation already for years. But some countries are answering to it a little bit more slowly than the other ones. And as soon as you have that delegation of authority, then you can use technology in order to pre-screen and then push it back to...
Thanks for these very nice answers. I'm going to quickly look at the audience again, if there's another question from the audience. In the back there, on the left side. Keep your hand up. Keep your hand up, because otherwise you will not know. You're close by. Sorry. I was looking at the back. So first down here and then up there.
So please state your name, who you are, and then what the question is. Hi.
Hello. Okay. Hi, my name is Taline. I work in art and technology kind of intersection. But in regards to AI, my question is maybe just for Stefan. You talked about a lot of social and more, let's say, legislative things to do, legislations, immigration, human trafficking, all that kind of aspects. But what's your take on spying, Pegasus, all that kind of operations that's happening? Nobody mentioned things like forensic architecture, and how do you actually cooperate with these people, and how can you actually really change something there or support them in that sense in regards to digital violence and terror? You know,
This is a question for Stefan, right?
against human rights activists and stuff. Yeah, it is. Thanks.
Yeah. Well, not sure I have an answer or a solution to that. Obviously, I think there's massive use of new technologies to spy, and in some cases, anyway, it's to prevent, for instance, child pornography. In other cases, it's to, spy against a particular kind of actors that might not be appreciated by a particular kind of regime, right? And I think key is, of course, is to really, as again, come up with a set of principles on when is it appropriate. And for instance, in the wake of 9/11, of course, there was a massive push to actually start collecting more data and applying a whole range of advances in technology, including AI. Think the creation of Palantir, which was basically done within the context of 9/11. And then, of course, there was a massive effort internationally to really come up with a set of principles under which surveillance is democratically appropriate, right? And I think that's really what we have to establish, and then really find ways to provide oversight and to point to abuses of surveillance. That also includes, of course, surveillance capitalism, which is indeed a massive challenge where someone knows more about you and then ultimately steers your attention in a way that you actually have no control of your attention. I think those are elements that as a society clearly we need to start dealing without, of course, then going into the other extreme and saying that everything that involves information collection and that involves AI is negative. And that's the real challenge of those situations, is to really start thinking about what is appropriate from as a society, what's need additional oversight. But I think more importantly, as a society, we actually do need to have a public discussion. Where are some kind of red lines, right? And what are applications that the society would want to see more of, right? Because at the moment, everyone is like figuring out the boundaries. And there's on the one hand, the chilling effect. Sometimes it's not used for good. On the other hand, there's no chilling effect because it's not clear what is a red line as well. And I think we really have to figure this out. But I'm having high hopes that FARI will solve all of this.
Yes. Anybody else wants to pick in on this, or no? And then we go maybe to final question at the top. There was a final question. Yeah, please go ahead. State your name and then your question.
Yeah. Okay. Nice. Hi, I'm Jules. I'm working for the Belgian Institute for Sustainable IT, and basically I've got a question. Just one. Sorry. So regarding reinventing the wheel and mutualization of knowledge, I feel it's a great idea, but I think it's only available for universities and public services, because there's like public investment and it's made for the population. So of course we can collaborate, but when it comes to companies, it's private investment, and so they tend to do research on their own, and also there's like return on investment, so it's profit biased, I guess. And so what I think is maybe public investment and public AA is better for common good. And sorry to Microsoft, but I would rather fear a private AI. And so what are the thoughts on that.
Is the question for the entire panel or for somebody specific?
Yeah, maybe Saskia, who's more for Agoria, maybe for the businesses and for companies. Yeah.
It's true. So you have a certain level of maturity. When I started in 2010, 2011, the maturity of collaboration and sharing was 0. I think now we have already a certain sense, because everybody is also now starting to think, how can we create sustainable entrepreneurship? Which is also coming more an obligation to the companies, not only to report on financial, but also on non-financials. So I feel now that we have a very good ecosystem, and FARI is an example on the research one. There is coming a better and better collaboration between the research part and the starters part, scalable parts, that kind of entrepreneurs, sometimes NGOs. And we are slightly going with the industry, but more coming from the intention, I want to do something good for climate or for good or for the population or for. Are we still there yet that they will, that we all agree that we need to share everything in open data? No, obviously. I mean, you know that. There is still, even in Belgium, for the ones who are Belgian, we have some discussions on who should develop the application to screen the access to some databases, if it can be done überhaupt by a private sector, or should it be done by the government? So we still have a way to go, but I think that we have been pushing the last 10 years bottom up, showing that it can, that it exists, that technology is there, and that it can have a good impact on a society. That combined with a transition to more sustainable entrepreneurship. We have a lot of challenge, but I'm an optimist. I think we'll get there with some goodwill.
Anybody wants to respond?
If I may, just because you were mentioning Agoria, the Be the Change project is by the way for all sectors, all organizations, all industry. The impact measured is stipulating it very specific with agreement of a lot of organizations and a lot of federations also. You know, Belgium, you don't have only the government or the education or the industry, but you still have some other stakeholders for employers or employees in regions, in sectors. I mean, we all need to get them on board also. Sorry.
Mark?
Yes, I would like to add something to that. From the Brussels point of view, and Brussels as one of the regions, it would be nice to mutualize between the different regions. It would be nice to mutualize between the Brussels regions and the 19 municipalities. Just giving you an example, but it's nothing to do with AI. Every municipality has its own contracts on procurement software, on software for the local authorities. Well, just combining those in one, say, in some unity, we can make a lot of economies. We can share the best efforts of everybody. It's not a problem that municipality X develops some things and it would be reused in the others. That's also for AI for the better good, if we can apply that policy in the AI.
Thank you very much. I just got some signals from my right-hand side that I have to stop asking questions. So I would first of all like to thank the panel for their excellent answers. And then I have to ask the two main characters of this conference, Hans and Carl, to come to the stage because they have some stuff to do. I have to go off. Oh, come on. I was enjoying myself here.
See if this works. So, dear audience, I know that already this afternoon gave you a lot of inspiration to talk about with a nice drink. So a lot of ideas, maybe a lot of discussion points already. But what I wanted to, or what we, both Carl and myself, wanted to avoid also, that is that during that drink and during the discussions, you might pop up with the question, yeah, but what is then FARI doing with all of this? We heard these discussions and these cases from abroad. So although we are very young, we just started at the end of 2021, we are already doing some different types of activities, and we have some announcements, I think, to make to, look forward to together with you. First of all, as has been explained already to some of the panelists in other examples in other cities, I think it is important to know that indeed, working on skill and knowledge development on AI, but on applying AI for the common good, is very much needed for specific target groups. And therefore, we will, within the FARI context, launch at the end of 2022, the FARI AI Academy, coordinated by Sami Mahroum. And in that AI Academy, we have 3 dedicated programs, one specifically for decision makers, another one for trainers, professionals active in the field of AI, but that give training to other coders, to other software or junior software engineers, and also a postgraduate program specifically oriented towards people working in the field of project management, business administration, and so forth. And as such, we want to be complementary to other learning and lifelong learning programs in the different regions, and exchange, of course, our practices also across Europe with that. Next to that, we also can announce that based on the experience that we had already in the VUB, with exploiting and exploring the idea of developing a physical location, a environment where you actually can show and tell and co-create AI solutions with other stakeholders from the open innovation system, that we actually also are going to develop and open an AI test and experience center within the context of FARI. And I invite you all at the end of November to join us in B Central. B Central is the place, is the office of FARI. It is really for us important to be present in the city center, and B Central is the perfect location and ecosystem, tech ecosystem in the city of Brussels, where we can reach out to tech players, but also people within the city as within public administration. Therefore, we are actually going to open at the end of this year an AI test and experience center in B Central. And the idea is that we will have a place there where we actually can make AI, data and robotics innovation tangible. We can actually create workshops, innovation, trainings with the different audiences, co-creation sessions with citizens there. And we're really looking forward to present the innovations that and the expertise that we do within FARI to show it there. It is also important because the same location with collaboration of B Central will also the place that we actually can co-host together with the partners Siris and Agoria, where we actually can open the doors to the economic ecosystem of Brussels to collaborate in the context of the European Digital Innovation Hub, sustain.brussels. So that's also the importance for us to be present in B Central, and we're also going to explore also further appearance there in this same environment to see if other test and experience facilities can have a place on the 4th floor of the same building. So really looking forward to have you all there and meet you there on specific occasions and services that we will offer in B Central together with our partners there. And then your words.
So also to go to the idea of trying to make AI more tangible, explainable, I think it also starts with creating services for citizens. What does it mean? It means that we want to experiment, try to identify what type of services would citizens need when it comes to AI. Is it knowledge? Is it more about gaining specific skill sets? And we just hired someone who will help us as of September of this year to design services based also on the experience of a lot of the centers and research labs that we have. So we really want to try at our own level here in Brussels, above the central station, which is really the heart of the city, to try to have a place where citizens can receive maybe classes, workshops, training on different aspects when it comes to AI. So we think that as universities, it is our social mission to try to also make it more accessible, and it's a free service. These are all services that will be provided for the Brussels actors for free again. It will comprise AI-related services for citizens, but also about legal aspects. And we know that knowing your rights is a big challenge, but knowing also how to protect your own rights, what are they exactly, is a key element. Another aspect that has been touched upon by a lot of speakers today is also the aspect of equity, diversity, and inclusion, and ethics as well. It is very hard for entities, private, public, maybe somewhere in between, to know exactly, okay, where do I start when it comes to identifying the ethical issues, the equity, diversity, and inclusion issues? This is all very difficult, and us in universities, we have experts, we have people doing all of that, but we want to try also to make them more tangible, explainable, to have maybe workshops, dedicated sessions where people can start the first elements of their reflection on, okay, what could be the ethical, social, and maybe equity, diversity, inclusion issues in my project, and how to also prevent them. And finally, we want also to maybe provide some support for those in Brussels who have ideas for their community. Maybe they have a good technical idea or a good project when it comes to AI, and we want to also provide the support that we can within our universities in partnership with the region. And also to go back to and finish on that with the question of Hans, what do we do exactly? We are a research institute and we do research projects, so to reassure you. So we have started our very short existence by also doing first 4 pilot projects. Why pilot? It's because it's very difficult for us to come up with a pre-made solution. We had to experiment. How does a relationship between public partners and universities work in practice? What are the challenges, the hurdles, the promises, but also the things where we need to adjust? What is the level of knowledge that we both need to acquire, and also what vocabulary and language do we need to learn to understand each other a bit better? And we are starting now a collaborative project call. So what is it? We ask researchers to collaborate with non-academic partners in Brussels. We want to go outside of the gates of our university, as some of them already do, but we want to try to create projects that could be beneficial for Brussels over the course of 2 years. So these projects will start as of January 2023 and could be on different projects of civic engagement, mobility, etc. And we also have the first, and it's key here, to have the first generation of PhD researchers working on AI for the common good. As we've seen in Amsterdam, this already exists, and so we want to also our own version of it. And this will start as of September of this year onwards for the next 3 years. So just a final word maybe to say a big thank you to all for being present. Thank you to all the speakers, to all the students, and we hope to see you now for the cocktail.
Before we start with the cocktail, because everybody knows that COVID is around, or still around, so we had to deal with some COVID issues or not, or people not being able to be present or not. So as you have seen in the program, normally we would have the Vice Premier Petra de Sutter present, but she was so kind to send us a video message instead of being on stage in the Horta Hall. So I would be happy if you would join us in listening to her short speech, and then we can join each other to the Horta Hall for the
Dear participants, the growing attention in media, society and art to AI is telling. AI applications are becoming increasingly more present in all areas of our daily lives, from social media to healthcare or agriculture. The exponential growth of digital data combined with computing power has brought AI into a new era, offering extremely favorable prospects for the development of this technology. But At the same time, and this will come as no surprise to any of you, the rapid development of AI presents us with major challenges, such as cybersecurity threats, guarding the ethics of AI, or facilitating a sustainable digital transition. As it is important to ensure that a legislative framework is created at the same pace as technological developments, the Belgian federal government is currently working on a smart AI nation plan, and the European Union is working on an Artificial Intelligence Act to establish harmonized rules and reduce legal fragmentation in Europe. Today, I would like to use the opportunity to highlight that in the process of creating a regulatory framework for AI, it will be crucial to safeguard its ethical, ecological, and inclusive aspects. First, on ethics. It is important that we always put people first. A human-centered approach is essential, and the same fundamental rights should apply online as well as offline. In this context, the transparency of algorithms is very important as well, to prevent that data is used in a way that could lead to discrimination based on, for example, gender or race. And therefore, there should be oversight and control to monitor the transparency of algorithms, to ensure that they are not arbitrary or discriminatory. Moreover, we must not leave anyone behind. The digital gap is a fact. And together with transparency on data management and algorithms, information, education, and raising awareness are therefore necessary, as mistrust of the digital is the last thing we want in an increasingly digital world. Meanwhile, we are stepping into this digital revolution in the midst of a climate crisis. And AI can play a key role in the evolution towards a sustainable future. For example, by monitoring and optimizing energy consumption of data centers and creating smart solutions, such as smart cities and buildings. Renewability, energy saving, and sustainability should serve as key concepts in this digital evolution. There's no going green without digital, and there's no going digital without going green. As in many sectors, digital technologies are crucial when it comes to achieving the sustainability objectives of the European Green Deal. And on the other hand, we must also be aware that telecommunications and digital infrastructures need to become more climate neutral. Thirdly, we should also pay attention to the inclusive aspects of AI. Think of gender equality, for example. Women are underrepresented in the ICT sector, and they are more digitally vulnerable than men. Moreover, the gender imbalance in ICT has some striking consequences. For example, algorithms do not always detect hate speech aimed at women because they are too masculine. A balanced representation of women in the ICT sector, and specifically within AI, will counteract and eliminate algorithmic biases. The same applies to ethnic cultural minorities, for example. And to enhance this, the federal government developed, among other things, a strategy focusing on women in digital, aiming to get more women to graduate in ICT-related studies or to work in the ICT sector. In summary, I advocate for a modern and transparent legal framework that considers basic values such as sustainability, inclusiveness, and human rights. And we have to ensure that we do not leave anyone behind in this digital evolution by informing people sufficiently about their online rights and by involving them in the lightning-fast technological progress. If we take all this into account, and if we all commit to working on this together, we will all be able to fully utilize and enjoy the opportunity that AI has to offer. Thank you very much. Have a great conference.
So, and now you're dismissed, and I hope to see you in the Horta Hall.
If some of you have labels, you can put them on the board outside.
time.